Salutations, Legion of Doom. Welcome to Podcast of the Storm, where socially awkward outcasts, crazy weirdos, and all-around nerds convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the nerdy occultist, aka the authenticator Dalton L. Mortimer, who is previously not here due to him having to take his pills. So we will wait for him. And in the meantime, I will actually also make sure to send out a link to people so they can actually view this.
Okay, I have returned.
Yeah, so everyone say hello to the nerdy cultist, aka the authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Hello and good evening, everyone. Sorry, I was taking medications.
Yeah, I already told people, actually, I'm sending out a link right now. Probably should have done that earlier. But yeah, so we have a few things to cover. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And yes, we will be talking about the bat-shaped elephant in the room.
Yeah, that's actually our first thing. So I don't want to draw that out, so let's continue and hopefully people will pile in. Yeah, so this is from GameStop.com. Batman voice actor Kevin Conroy has died. It's written by Darren Bonfis. That's the name one, I'm sorry. It's published on November 11th, 2022. The definitive voice of the Dark Knight for generations of Batman fans has sadly passed away.
You know, it's not just sad that we've lost the Batman, for he is the Batman. And I'm sorry to other Batmen over the course of history, but Michael Keaton's greatest contribution was essentially setting up the opening for Kevin Conroy. Same with Val Kilmer. We don't even need to talk about George Clooney. And for all that the Christopher Nolan, Christian Bale Batman movies were good-ish, well, the Dark Knight was great, and the other two were okay. Batman was always the weakest part of those, largely because of the I just inhaled 5 packs of cigarettes at once Christian Bale voice. So for my generation and the generation immediately following mine, when we think of Batman's voice, the voice that we think of in our head will always be Kevin Conroy. And my biggest problem with this, apart from the simple fact that I had to do a double take when I saw that Kevin Conroy was 66, is also that in general, the life expectancy now is somewhere in the 90s, and it doesn't seem fair to me that Kevin Conroy didn't get another 30 years or so.
I'll admit, it did surprise me too. Because I was literally just scrolling through Twitter just the other day, and I saw that. It surprised me that he was 66 too, just because like he doesn't look it, you know.
No, he looks like maybe late 40s.
Yeah, late 40s, about early 50s, I'd say.
Yeah, but then again, he and Mark Hamill were roughly around the same age, and we know that Mark Hamill was in his late teens, early 20s in 1979 through 1981, which would have been when the original Star Wars movies came out. So, yeah. And also, the animated series, I believe, began in 1993. Because I know it was already well into full swing by the time I was apprised of it, which, I was
Yeah,
born in 95.
give me one sec. Also, hello, Dragon Turtle.
We are grieving a Batman.
1982.
Yeah, so literally 30 years ago would have been, and so he would have had to have been in at the very least his mid 20s in order to convincingly voice Batman. So so he actually he must have been in his late 20s, early 30s when he first voiced Batman then.
Yeah. Anyway, I should probably start reading the article.
Uh-huh.
Kevin Conroy, the voice of Batman for several generations of fans, has passed away at the age of 66. Conroy's death was first reported by Diane Pershing, I believe that's how you say it, who played Poison Ivy in Batman animated series, and Warner Brothers Animation officially confirmed the news today.
Okay, I want to be funny right now and go into a bit where I blame Poison Ivy. What did you do? But I it's I had the same or very similar thought when I saw this news first. I immediately thought to myself, well, Kevin Conroy just died and Mark Hamill is still alive. What did you do, Joker? But I couldn't bring myself to do the bit, even though it probably would have been funny, because I didn't want to step all over Mark Hamill's grieving, because those two have known each other for decades and they've worked together on so many projects because they are the definitive voices of their respective characters, and as long as I have breath in my body it will remain so, because again, um no fault to Heath Ledger, may he also rest in peace, and no fault to Jack Nicholson, who, in my opinion, and I'm going to be controversial here, my problem with Jack Nicholson's Joker is he never actually played the Joker as a character. He played Jack Nicholson playing the Joker more so than he actually played a version of the Joker. And therein lies part of the problem. And um, even Joaquin Phoenix, who I absolutely loved as the Joker, and whose Joker origin story is basically now the definitive origin story, right along with the Killing Joke. Um, it, there's no, there is no one on this earth, and I doubt there has ever been anyone on this earth. Again, apologies to Cesar Romero, um, who plays the Joker quite as definitively as Mark Hamill played the Joker. And, you know, those two, that duet of actors, Mark Hamill and Kevin Conroy, made Batman and the Joker the next best thing to real for an entire generation of kids. Um, Even to the point where, um, when I was little, for like 3 or 4 years of my 3 or 4 years on my birthday, we would go to um, Six Flags Darien Lake. And back then, Six Flags had a Batman themed stage show called the Batman Thrill Spectacular. And whose voices do you suppose they used in the Batman Thrill Spectacular? And whose character designs did they use in all the merchandise? And so even then, even though this would have been like 10 years after the original animated series, I think Justice League Unlimited was still on the air at this point. And I know definitively that Batman Beyond was still on the air because my the very first like piece of Batman merchandise that I had owned um outside of the Tim Burton ones, because I watched those were the first superhero movies I ever watched, and I wore out the VHS player watching them over and over and over again. But the very first animated piece of Batman stuff that I ever had was the pilot episode of Batman Beyond on VHS.
Um, Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. It's just
No, but
you,
yeah, we have to keep going.
right. You just made me. You just reminded me of the first thing I think I ever saw Kevin Conroy in. Well, voice in, which
Mhm.
ironically was also well, not ironically, but also funny enough, was a tape itself, which was the origin, or the pilot for the Justice League cartoon, which was turned into a movie for tape. Um,
Yeah.
and yeah, I think yeah, that was the first thing I ever like heard him voice Batman in.
I mean I had a lot of DC animated universe Batman stuff and or Justice League stuff as a kid. And by that I mean a lot. Like I still somewhere have the Mask of the Phantasm on BH freaking S.
Oh, dude, that is a good movie.
And by the way, yes, The Dark Knight is amazing, but it isn't Mask of the Phantasm. Yes, Joker is amazing, but it isn't Mask of the Phantasm. Mask of the Phantasm is probably the best Batman movie ever.
I'd also argue Return of the Joker is at least up there as well.
Yeah, Return of the Joker is is right up there as well, but that was very much a Batman Beyond movie.
No, no, fair. That's fair. That's pretty.
And again, don't get me wrong, I love Batman. Again, when I was 4 years old, um, after wearing out the tape on the two Tim Burton Batman movies, um, I would always catch catch on Batman Beyond. Although I will say, and this is somewhat embarrassing, I found Batman Beyond to be the tiniest bit too edgy for me when I was a little kid. But then again, I was like 4 at the time. Um, but yeah, Return of the Joker is also really, really, really good. But um, I think Mask of the Phantasm is by far and away the best um, animated Batman movie, at least, and it is one of the only animated DC movies that got a theatrical release. Um, it didn't make enough for Warner Brothers to pay attention to it, which is just the travesty of all travesties.
Right.
But it as long as we're going cinematically here, Batman Mask of the Phantasm is the definitive cinematic Batman, even though it's animated. Anyway, back to the article, or else I'm gonna start fucking crying over the loss of Kevin Conroy, and I don't cry over people's death usually.
Right. Conroy rose to fame as the voice of the Cape Crusader in the 1990s Batman animated series, a role that he would go on to reprise across several DC Universe cartoons, films, and video games over the decades. Considered to be the definitive Batman voice actor, he is. Conroy's take on the Dark Knight also featured in films such as Batman Mask of the Phantasm, Justice League, and Rocksteady's groundbreaking Arkham trilogy of games, which I myself have actually played and enjoyed quite a lot.
Yeah, I like the Arkham games. I don't quite consider them the masterpieces that a lot of people do.
No, I fully understand, and I mean, I enjoyed them when I first got them, obviously, and I was young then. I didn't really have the critical mind, but years of reflecting and stuff, they have their flaws, like in the story and stuff. Mind you,
They also have a little bit too much of an edgelord quality to them, and I get that that's part of what makes them awesome. I do. In the same way as the WB/Kids WB the Batman show, but at the same time, it almost to some degree feels like a edgy parody of the DC animated universe in some ways, especially because you did get reprisals from Kevin Conroy and Mark Hamill in them. And again, no one else should have been asked because they are the definitive versions and they will remain the definitive versions, and don't at me. But at the same time, it almost feels like Gotham went even more to shit in the Arkhamverse than it did in the animated universe, and that's saying something.
yeah. Giant Turtle says, "Not much to say except rip." Yeah, I don't know. I think that's. But also, what is the Mask of the Phantasm thing, though?
Oh, sweet summer child.
Okay. May I try to explain it?
Please.
All right, because I feel like you're gonna get somewhat personal and insult their intelligence.
No, it's just
Okay,
that
intelligence, but you'll feel personally attacked by this. I think.
Just a bit. I asking a DC animated universe fan what the Mask of the Phantasm is a little bit like asking a Star Wars fan what Empire Strikes Back is. It is simply not done.
So, best way to describe it is effectively a prequel, somewhat. Well, not really a prequel, but it is both an origin of the Batman the Animated Series, Batman, while also being, like, not to give spoilers away, obviously, because I kind of want you guys to go see it yourself, enjoy it. Yeah, he's not.
Okay, I'm gonna disagree with you slightly here because I always figured that Mask of the Phantasm was kind of the finale of the Batman the Animated Series, and I believe in terms of the actual timeline that Paul Dini and Bruce Timm made, they had Mask of the Phantasm existing in between Batman the Animated Series, the original run, and
The New Adventures of Batman and Robin.
Yeah, the new Adventures one.
When they got the redesign overhaul. Okay, that makes sense. I wasn't entirely sure. Well, what I mean is with like Origins, obviously like the story, like
there are flashbacks throughout because long story short, Batsy's past literally comes back to haunt him.
Yeah.
And therefore
it creates a really here's also the thing. It makes a kind of a similar thing with what the animated series did with Harley Quinn is it makes a character, an original character for the story that I believe recently, relatively, was put into the comics.
Yeah, she got added to the comics.
It's Harley Quinn. But my point being is, it is a very personal story. It's a very personal story. Like, it touches on deep aspects of the character that are never really explored in other forms of media as well, or as deeply as it is in Mask of the Phantasm.
Yeah. The new character, if anyone is curious, is the titular Phantasm.
Yeah.
Basically, there is a character who takes basically the gimmick of Batman, the whole using fear and like supernatural mystique as a weapon, and turns that up to an 11 without the what do you call them, restrictions or principles of like non-murder or slash non-violence that Batman usually has. Sort of like a cross between the Ghost of Christmas Future and the Red Hood.
Right. I would also say, like, I don't want to like give too much away, just because like it's such a good story, and I really think it was just like
watch Mask of the Phantasm. If you have not watched Mask of the Phantasm yet, you should, and you will, and you must, or I will take away your geek card.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just really good, and it's just a really well-made film, I would say. Like, not even just animated, just overall well-made.
It also really shows how and why the Joker is as threatening as he is, because in the animated series, it's not like they shied away from what made the Joker threatening, but they also were kind of, to use a probably very appropriate phrase, they were sort of in on the joke of the Joker in the animated series. When they figured out that they were gonna be doing a full-on movie and that they weren't gonna have quite as many restrictors as they would on television, they decided to show off exactly why the Joker is not to be fucked with.
Yeah, there are some scenes, like, not explicit, mind you. It's more so like the horror movies idea of like letting the characters see what happens, but leaving the audience's imagination.
Yeah, death by laughing gas is a thing that will haunt your dreams,
Dude,
after watching Mask of the Phantasm.
Again, like, I fully recommend looking it up and watching it. I think it should be on HBO Max, right?
It should. If it's not, then someone is getting fired.
Yeah.
I will go full cancel culture for the sake of Mask of the Phantasm.
Or I'd recommend like trying to look up on YouTube, like, because I'm sure someone's uploaded like a playlist of all the of the whole.
I'm sure someone has, but Mask of the Phantasm is best absorbed in one sitting, like an actual movie. So I wouldn't mess around with the cuts.
I agree. I'm just saying, like, if you want to do like,
yeah, if you have no other option or you don't have HBO Max, although Dragon Turtle, I'm just gonna throw this out there. Ask Chrono, and he will probably give you his HBO Max password, like he did for me on November the 5th with the whole V for Vendetta thing. Because I don't know if my family has HBO Max or not. I'm guessing no, but in any case, I didn't have the actual sign in, so I borrowed Chronos. But yeah, you could probably just borrow Chronos and you could watch Mask of the Phantasm. Because I'm pretty sure that if you tell him you've never seen Mask of the Phantasm, he will have approximately the same conniption fit that I just did.
Right. Anyway, John.
Yeah, anyway. Yeah, moving on.
Cameron was far more than an actor whom I had the pleasure of casting and directing. He was a dear friend for 30 plus years whose kindness and generous spirits Spirit knew no boundaries, casting director Andrea Romano said in a Warner Brothers press release. Kevin's warm heart, delightfully deep laugh, and pure love of life will be with me forever. Right. Yeah. Also, well, no, you know what? I'm not going to bring that up. It's just
No, go ahead. We're basically covering this just so we can grieve the loss of our Batman. So
uh,
there's that.
Andrea Romano is kind of like an unsung hero within DC animation.
Yeah.
She's the casting director who's basically given like the iconic voices of the DC animated universe and some of the best movies. I think she was the casting director that picked Jensen Ackles to play Red Hood in
Okay, I know this is a complete sidebar, but it's very selfish of me, but I need to know this. Whose idea was casting Oded Freyer as Dr. Fate? Because that was genius. If it was hers, then my hat will literally come off to you, dear. But seriously, and it's not that I don't like the voice actor for Dr. Fate in Superman the Animated Series, but I am so grateful that they changed voice actors for Fate in Justice League and Justice League Unlimited, because Oded Freyer is the best Dr. Fate as far as performance goes outside of the comics. And I'm not saying that to throw shade at Pierce Brosnan, because he did a pretty amazing job too, but Oded Freyer is the definitive Dr. Fate for me. In the same way that Mark Hamill is the definitive Joker and Kevin Conroy is the definitive Batman, Oded Freyer is Kent Nelson, Dr. Fate.
right. Um, Tributes have been pouring in as comic book artists, writers, and other voice actors who share a recording booth with the legend have begun sharing stories of Conroy's warmth and compassion. We have something here from Clancy Brown. Bruce imagined him, Andrea found him, and once found, Kevin kicked the door open for all of us to bring you the amazing characters of the DC animated universe.
Yeah, Clancy Brown, for those that don't just instantly know that offhand, is Lex Luthor.
Also, well, for the younger viewers, also Mr. Krabs. Um,
Although I will credit Clancy on that one. It's very hard to catch his voice in Mr. Krabs,
no,
especially in the
they're very much
version.
so. Like, if you're looking for it, I think you can find it. But
He was also the cat demon who has approximate knowledge of many things from Adventure Time.
right.
And Surtur in Thor Ragnarok.
Oh yeah. Also, Savaggio Press for any Star Wars: The Clone Wars fans out there.
Yes, but for everyone born between the years of like 1990 through like 2003, probably, he's Lex Luthor.
Yeah,
Everyone knows he's Lex Luthor. His probably most definitive role in animation history is Lex Luthor. He is Lex Luthor.
dude. Yeah, he was really good in that. Yeah. Kevin, my friend, my colleague, my hero, we will all miss you terribly. You are a singular soul. Thank you. Now rest.
Yeah, like I know the usual like imagery for funerals and stuff is like white doves, but if someone doesn't put bat imagery on his tombstone, there is a travesty being committed against the dead here.
Or they do the thing that they did with Adam West when he had passed, which was light up a bat signal.
I mean, yeah. I mean, and I'm gonna get so much shit for this, but apologies to Adam West. And I know you were limited, sir, in the fact that you were adapting very much a Silver Age Batman. But I don't even think that Adam West would dispute the fact that Kevin Conroy is a far more definitive version of Batman.
And there's a tweet from Paul Dini. Although
Oh dear, this is gonna.
it is just an image of Batman, obviously.
What did Mark Hamill say? Is there a tweet from Mark?
Haven't gotten to one yet. Yeah, I assume there is, and they're just putting that at the end.
I should. I mean, for fuck, like, again, I know this is very selfish of me, but someone please convince Mark Hamill to do the Joker eulogy for Batman at Kevin Conroy's actual funeral. Please.
Mitch Gerads. I don't know who that is, unfortunately.
Yeah, that name is not ringing bells, and I feel bad. It probably should be somewhere.
Looking it up real quick. Oh, he's an artist. Yeah, he's DC artist. Okay.
And I swear to God, if any one of you fuckers make his death political, I'm going to burn things. Anyway, moving on. Because you know that there's some shyster over at modern day DC Comics who would try to make some sort of political gobbledygook out of it. At which point I shall burn things.
All right. I struggle to find the words to describe how much Kevin Conroy and his voice mean to me. Batman the Animated Series changed my life both professionally and personally in a very real way. I always meant to meet him at a show and tell him how important his work was to me, but never did. Damn it. Wow.
That hurts.
Yeah.
That hurts. It hurts even worse when you consider that, like, the week before he died, he was at a convention. And it's one of those, I've never wanted to posthumously go to a convention more than I do right now. But at the same time, it almost feels, it would almost feel unfair if I had gotten to meet him before he died and no one else did, because that's just, like, Batman, Kevin Conroy's Batman belongs to everyone and will, for the foreseeable future, belong to everyone.
Yeah. You know?
At the same time, there is a part of me that regrets never getting to meet the dude, because he was my childhood, for all intents and purposes. He and the rest of the crew of the DC animated universe.
Mm-hmm. You know?
Yeah, moving forward.
That's from DC. DC is deeply saddened at the passing of Kevin Conroy, a legendary actor and the voice of Batman for multiple generations. He will be forever missed by his friends, family, and fans.
You know, well, I regret that he had to die, especially as young as he was. There is something poetic about him dying on Remembrance Day. Because, I mean, it's called Remembrance Day, and now there's an even stronger reason for a lot of us to remember it. Not trivializing, the survivors of the first two world wars, but for a lot of my generation, that's not exactly what you'd call fresh wound. And nor should we try to open it again and again and again. But the loss of Kevin Conroy is going to sting for decades still, for my generation and the generation surrounding mine.
So this is from Ed Boon. If anyone doesn't know who Ed Boon is, he works with NetherRealm Studios, who work on like the Mortal Kombat and Injustice games. So sad to hear about Kevin Conroy. He was the voice of Batman for generations, including our Injustice games. So iconic. What a loss. Rip. Rally face.
Yeah, it really it hurts because now I don't. Not only are we never gonna hear Batman's voice ever again, but a large part of what made Mark Hamill come back over and over and over again was the opportunity to work with Kevin again. So not only are we out one Batman, we're probably for the foreseeable future out one Joker. So that hurts.
Hello, Sokatano Gaming. No, we are lamenting the loss of uh, Kevin Conroy, who had passed, I believe, he said Remembrance Day, so that would have been,
The 11th.
yeah, so 2 days ago. So, yeah. Okay, so this is from James Tynan IV, who is a comic book writer who's mostly done Batman stuff. I haven't checked out any of his work. I've heard good things mostly.
I am unfamiliar with this person.
Very heartbroken over this one. Rip Kevin Conroy, the only Batman voice I'll ever hear in my head. Yeah.
Yep. Every time I read a Batman comic,
Mm.
which to be fair for me is not often because Batman is not really my character, but he was my character for a very long portion of my child. Like I say, I broke the VCR watching the two Tim Burton Batman movies over and over and over again, and the Mask of the Phantasm ditto. So yeah.
It was 10. It was the 10th, not 11th.
Was it? Because according to the article earlier, it said the 11th.
No, the article I believe said was posted the 11th,
Okay.
or I could be wrong. Hold on. Yeah, it was posted the 11th. So.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Michael Rosenbaum, who played Lex Luthor in Smallville,
Smallville and was the Flash in the DC animated universe.
specifically Wally West, just so people knew that.
Mm-hmm.
Devastating. Kevin was a remarkable man inside and out. I will truly miss those big hugs and that magical voice. You'll always be my Batman. Rest in peace, my friend. Flash.
It's very odd to imagine the voice of Batman being the voice of someone who regularly gives hugs, but I suppose that's that's the third time people have mentioned him being a hugger. So Batman giving hugs is now a thing I'm gonna have to come to terms with.
And last one's from Tom King. That's weird that the Mark Hamill's on. Although he could. Oh, Batman. Batman.
They were best friends for Mark Hamill and Kevin Conroy were best friends for decades. So I refuse to believe that Mark didn't have anything to say about this. However, I will give the possibility that maybe he was so distraught by it that it took him a while to kind of come back to Earth, which, fair enough.
Oh yeah, speaking as a guy who's lost people before, the first bit of it, you just kind of shut down for a while.
Yeah. I just again I hope to God that someone convinces him to do the Joker eulogy at Kevin's actual funeral, because that would be one of the most fitting tributes to both Kevin and the fans. I mean not for nothing, but it's almost like Mark has done this before. because of that one episode of the animated series. So
Right.
it would be a fitting end to the story.
Just gonna be like, I will say this: I really appreciate Kevin Conroy, specifically in the animated series, because no one really else. Well, the kind of early stuff, the animated series, is that he brought a lot of dimension with Batman. In terms of the voice,
Mm-hmm.
like even when he had like that kind of growl to him, uh,
Mm-hmm.
you could just hear the like new. It was subtle and nuanced, which is something sorely lacking these days in voice acting
Yeah,
sometimes.
let it never go out of anyone's head that voice actors are actors. In fact, voice actors often have a harder time because they only have the use of their voice instead of the
Well,
rest of them.
honestly, I do think voice acting does get overlooked a lot in terms of performance. But yeah, that's very true, Ahsoka Tano.
Mm-hmm. And
Um,
I mean, both Kevin and Mark have gone on record as saying one of their favorite episodes is the episode where Batman quote unquote dies of the animated series. So him giving the Batman eulogy in the Joker voice for Kevin at his actual funeral would be a nice way of honoring them both. And it would also make every kid who ever grew up on the animated series just bawl their eyes out, but it's deserved.
um, yeah, it's just
Again, both Kevin and Mark went on record as saying it was their favorite episode of the show. So you can take that, oh, it would be disrespectful, and shove it up your ass because I'm gonna say something controversial here. I know funerals are largely about the people who the dead leave behind being able to mark them and everything, but when it comes to the particulars of the funeral, and this is why I think wills are important, it should be the person in question who gets to decide the way the funeral would go. And I think between Mark and Kevin, I think there'd be a mutual understanding that they would both enjoy that. Um,
um,
so so I don't really care about the opinions of the moralistic fuddy-duddies who can't tell the difference between being um being sincere and having an inside joke with someone and being disrespectful, because in some ways I think calling that disrespectful would be to sort of um trivialize what Kevin Conroy and Mark Hamill did. They've been Batman and the Joker for decades, and at no point did they think they were doing something unimportant. Um, I think it's very obvious to both of them, or at the very least, I hope it was very obvious to both of them that they did not waste their lives um, in doing what they did, and that they gave an entire generation a perfect simulacra of Batman and the Joker. In the same way as I saw Bill Maher bitching and moaning about how Stan Lee wasted his life on comic books when Stan Lee died. To which I can say, you can genuinely fuck off.
Right.
Because while Stan Lee might not have always wanted to be known as the comic book guy, he wanted to write the great American novel, and he used comics as a means to do that. And I think I can say definitively that he had more impact on the world as Stan Lee, the writer of the Silver Age of Marvel Comics, than he ever would have as Stan Lee Martin Lieber, the novelist. Same thing here. Yeah, it might not be, King frickin' Lear, but for an entire generation, it was the voice of, dark, avenging justice and intelligence and skill and always being the smartest person in the room. And those things are not to be mocked or not to be belittled just because they happen to A, have been based on comics, and B, have been animated. And anyone who disagrees with that can go fuck themselves.
So before we move on, because I don't really think we have anything else, there's like one of my favorite voice performances of Kevin Conroy, specifically as Batman, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Would have been, what is still, the Justice League Unlimited episode called Epilogue, which was really a bookend for the whole DC universe, DC animated universe.
Yeah.
Wrapping up things from Batman Beyond.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's where the story of the death of Ace, and if anyone knows what I'm talking about, where he goes in making everyone believe that he is going to use this device that Amanda Waller gives him to kill Ace before she basically has a psychic seizure and kills a bunch of people.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't, and he just sits there with her, like comforting her in her last moments. And to me, that's, again, I've kind of grown.
Oh, God damn it. My phone is dying. I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah, that is one of the saddest scenes growing up. So the thing I really like about that scene is obviously with the vocal performance of Mr. Conroy is it is very much like he is sad of like going of like having to deal with being right next to his child who is a lot like him in many ways. Obviously, like, both got cheated out of their childhoods and stuff, which was a point brought up in the scene. And it just goes to show just the amount of emotion you can hear in his voice, even though he's acting stoic. Like, I'd argue fear, in a way, is one of those emotions that are just going through his head. Maybe not similar. Maybe not like the similar fear that he had when he was in the alley, mind you, but just the fear of like when he took care of Dick or Tim. That he's just yeah. So it's I think it's the final episode of Justice League Unlimited Dragon Turtle. And it just it I can't really put it into words. Like, I'll be honest, like, I'm starting to get somewhat emotional now thinking about the scene, given the added context of Mr. Conroy passing. But yeah, it's just I would argue that is one of his best performances as Batman during his entire tenure in the DC animated universe. And feel free to disagree with me. Like, if you find a better one, please tell me. But yeah, just I honestly think that is like pinnacle of Mr. Conroy's acting of Mr. Conroy as Batman. Because I'll be honest, I never really got that much in terms of depth with like the Arkhamverse Batman as much. I mean, there were things there, but um, hey,
Okay. Okay. Sorry, my phone died. I had to plug it in.
why
Let
are
me.
why are you wearing a bridal veil?
That's my bed curtain. My phone charger that I usually use is is not working, so I had to use the one next to my bed.
Of course, you have a bed curtain.
You've seen pictures of it before. I've posted them to Twitter.
No, I know. It's just I didn't say that as a surprise. I just more said like, yeah, that suits you.
I am a fancy fucker, and I have no shame about being said fancy fucker. Leave me alone.
Right, but what I was talking about while you were plugging your phone back in and stuff is that the scene with like Ace and Batman.
Yeah, no, I heard that part, the part where he's just sitting with her and
Right. No, I was saying that think that is honestly like the pinnacle of Kevin Conroy playing Batman in terms of performance. Um, because given everything else, he's usually just like even. I brought up the Arkhamverse games, which again I like those, and I they're cool and all, but I don't think they really had the depth of character that uh, that the animated universe had.
I think I think the best sort of moments of portraying Batman um for Kevin Conroy come when he's matching wits with Amanda Waller, who in the animated universe was played by C.H. Pounder. And shout out to her, by the way, because she was an amazing Amanda Waller as well. And I think my favorite sort of what encapsulates how badass he is comes from one where he's not even there for most of it. The episode where Terry McGinnis, this is in Batman Beyond, Terry McGinnis finds out that he is a partial clone.
Now that was an epilogue.
Yeah,
Like,
of Bruce, and he goes to Amanda Waller, and Amanda Waller basically recounts, I how did it go? Bruce didn't rewrite your DNA with his. I did because the world needs a Batman. And then Terry is of course rather put out by this in kind of a deterministic sort of way because it means that he's destined to be like Bruce. And Amanda Waller says, "You're not Bruce Wayne's clone. You're his son." And there's a whole other bit of dialogue about that. And then later in that same episode, I'm pretty sure it's the same episode. He goes back to the Batcave, and Bruce, in his understated Batmanish sort of way, is literally doing the doting father routine of like make sure you're eating properly, make sure you're around. I didn't know where you were, and I was worried for the city, and yet and it's still a very Batmanish approach to fatherhood, but it's also underneath the hard stoic Batman routine. You can see the doting father figure,
right.
and Terry essentially says something to the effect of, um, "Oh, I guess I'm just like my old man," and then I believe that's where the episode ends. That was a really great freaking scene.
Yeah, that was Epilogue from Justice League Unlimited.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I don't really think I have anything else to say. Obviously, it's like very sad and tragic. And I also, like, to be honest, he still lived like 66. That's, I hope to live that long.
Yeah, I mean, if I live that long, someone in the heaven or someone in the afterlife tallying organization is filing things wrong because there's no conceivable way I should live to retirement age. So I guess we shouldn't be begrudging the fact that he didn't live until 96. But at the same time, someone like George Soros is 92. Um, Queen Elizabeth II lived to 96 as well. She deserved to. Betty White lived to 99, and quite frankly, I think she deserved to live to 100, especially because she literally died like a month before her birthday. But it does hurt me a little bit that Kevin Conroy, my generation's Batman and the generation and basically all the generations after me's Batman didn't live long enough to actually like one thing I know he technically got to play Batman in live action in the Crisis on Infinite Earths crossover, and that's fine and all, but it wasn't exactly what you'd call a respectful tribute to him. And I would have loved to have seen a Batman Beyond series of movies where Kevin Conroy was literally playing old Bruce in live action. That would have been my ideal end to this particular life story. But I mean, he was Batman, and Batman doesn't get the happy ending, so that's fine and all. But it's still bullshit.
Uh, anyway, shall we move on to the next thing?
Yep.
Right. So this is one Don sent me during October that he really wanted to cover.
Mm-hmm.
That's from yahoonews.com. Well, news.yahoo.com. Watchmen comic creator says that adults liking superhero movies can be a precursor to fascism. This is written by Travis Clark, published October 11th, 2022.
Yeah, no, Alan, you can go fuck yourself, but we'll go into your actual argument so that I can informedly tell you to go fuck yourself.
Right. Okay. Alan Moore, author Alan Moore, thinks adults liking superhero movies can be a precursor to fascism. He called it an infantilization and an urge towards simpler times, simpler realities.
Okay.
Let me finish the last one, last sentence. Moore is known for comic books like Watchmen and V for Vendetta, but is done with comics. Okay.
Okay. Alan, you of all fucking people should know that comics are not necessarily for children. They are for everyone and have always been for everyone. The only time where comics were in any way justifiably deemed as kid stuff was in the Silver Age, and that was only due to the meddling of moralistic fucktards like Frederick Wortham and his ilk, and the Comics Code Authority. Something which you and your generation and the good old British invasion went out of your way to counteract. Do I need to remind you? So, conflating comic books as a medium or superhero comics as a genre within a medium. Let's be honest. While there are plenty of comics that aren't necessarily cape shit, the majority of comics are in fact cape shit. Because much in the same way as some genres just lend themselves to mediums and vice versa, superheroes and comics are inextricably linked and will always be inextricably linked, no matter how much deconstructionalist gobbledygook you do. So to say that something that sustains an entire medium Alan, is infantilizing is because you are presupposing comic books and children. You are conflating those two things. And what's more, you're conflating children with childishness, which is in and of itself also wrong, because here's the thing. Children are not necessarily childish. Childishness explicitly refers to a kind of naive idiocy. And most kids, and this used to be something you understood, Alan, but you don't appear to understand it anymore. Most kids respect being treated as much as possible like adults. They like things that are edgy, that challenge the status quo, that don't paint the world as some hyper idealistic hellscape. In fact, a lot of kids feel constantly belittled or shackled by the notion that content must be saccharine and bulk and overly simplistic. So not even the majority of children are as quote unquote infantilized as your argument would necessarily require. And secondly, comics are now and have always been, even during the wackiness that was the Silver Age, for everyone. And Mr. Alan Moore, you of all people should know that comic books were used in the Golden Age as a way of reminding the GIs, the people who were literally fighting the goddamn Nazis, to inspire them and to give them creature comforts on the battlefield. Are you going to sit there and tell me, Mr. Alan Moore, that the hundreds of thousands and possibly millions of GIs who enjoyed Golden Age comics like Superman, um like Captain America, like I would argue even like Dr. Fate or the Spectre, are you going to sit there and tell me that those men are infantilized? Those men or women are infantilized? Because if you are telling me that, then your conception of adulthood is the most strawmanned bullshit I have ever seen. You have officially gone full circle from hippie trippy anarcho-communist to straight up goddamn traditionalist. If you are telling me that the GIs who enjoyed comics in World War fucking II are infantilized. Moving on.
Well, I also want to point this out because I did some research on Alan Moore when I was a couple years back, just because I was bored. When he had made Watchmen, everyone took the wrong lesson of what he, like, the comics he had written at the time, which was like Watchmen, The Killing Joke, some others, I believe, but I can't really think of at the moment. I want to say V for Vendetta, but I'm not entirely sure.
What'd you say there?
Did I cut out or something?
A little bit on my end. Yeah, you did.
Okay. Well, I did some research when I was like a few years ago, just because I was bored, on Alan Moore, like just comics he had written, right? When he had made Watchmen and The Killing Joke and some others, I'm sure.
And V for Vendetta and Swamp Thing, yeah.
Right. Swamp Thing.
I think Swamp Thing came first, then Watchmen, and then V, but I might be wrong.
Well, I assume Killing Joke as well. It's somewhere in there.
I think Killing Joke might have been after Watchmen and before V, but I might be wrong.
Either way.
I know Swamp Thing was first. Swamp Thing was his breaking onto the... Yeah, anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
My point is that, everyone, because we all know like what happened with the 90s and stuff, everyone took the wrong lesson from his writings and like Frank Miller's writings and others in like the 80s.
They took the deconstructionism and made it the standard, rather than going gee, this means we can address adult themes within the context of superhero comics. They went, that means we can deconstruct all this idealistic bullshit because none of us have ever believed that, derp.
Which, ironically, to explore adult themes, most publishers kind of more so Image, again, specifically in the 90s. I'll get to my point. Just building up to it.
Mm-hmm.
In their effort to explore, and I'm using air quotes by the way, to explore adult themes, they actually became quite juvenile.
Yeah, edgy and childish and begging to be seen as mature without actually. Because that's. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just okay. And Alan Moore, I believe, in the late '90s, kind of felt somewhat at fault for creating that kind of landscape, and thus tried to create more, kind of going back to more like I want to like traditional is the word that comes to mind, but I wouldn't necessarily say that, but more so classic heroic stories. Like that's how we got like Tom Strong and his work of Supreme, which was very much like a meta Superman character that originally was like just a complete asshole.
Yeah.
You know, um, but it's just I find it interesting that he kind of went from that. And don't get me wrong, like if he wanted to if he wanted to stop doing comic books, totally get that. That's fine, you know. Like if you feel like you don't really have it in you to do anymore, that's completely fine, right? Not gonna judge you for that.
Yeah, I'm not against him doing his daft little hipster things like Promethea and whatnot.
Right.
Kind of wish Promethea wasn't a narrative spell to try and bring about the fucking apocalypse, but you do you, Alan.
I'm sorry, a fucking thing.
Yeah, he wrote Promethea as a spell to bring about the apocalypse. He tried to use narrative magic. Fortunately, he has next to no understanding of how narrative magic actually would work. So
explain it here because one day he might see this and actually try it. So
yeah, but long story short, in his edgiest of edgelord moments, Alan Moore wrote a comic specifically to operate as a narrative spell in order to bring about the end of the world.
Right. Okay. What was I? The thing I was getting at was for him to kind of somewhat not backpedal, mind you, but understand what wrong lessons people are taking from his writings, like his early writings, which I will not argue. While they are not my specific type of stories, I can at least appreciate.
They are a good version of what they're supposed to be.
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I just find it very. I just want to more so like pick his brain on how his thought process goes from those things because it does seem somewhat extreme. Like he kind of goes extremes.
If I go ahead, sorry.
That's what I was. I guess that's what I'm just kind of saying. It's like it does seem like his mind is going from one extreme to the next.
If I can sort of attempt to put a finer point on what you're getting at.
Yeah, please.
I think attempting to go from the edgelord bullshit of the 90s, you know, your Watchmen's, your V for Vendettas, your Killing jokes, to something more sincere like a Tom Strong or Supreme, that was the correct answer. But instead of sticking to that correct answer, instead of actually redeeming himself by sort of reigniting the need for idealism and sincerity within superheroes, almost kind of like a what's so funny about Truth, Justice, and the American Way / Superman versus the Elite type. Like if Alan Moore had gone from the deconstructionalist anarcho-communist guy to the guy trying to relight the fire of sincerity, that would have been a positive character arc for Alan Moore and for the industry. But instead of that, what seems to have happened is he tried by way of Tom Strong and Supreme to undo the damage he did. And because Tom Strong and Supreme weren't as earth-shaking or as popular as Watchmen or V for Vendetta or Swamp Thing or Killing Joke, he seems to have just thrown his hands up and gone, well, I guess the entire thing is a lost cause. I guess I was wrong to ever like comics at all or ever like superheroes at all. I guess now I need to be the anti-superhero comics guy.
Which, actually, to add a little asterisk to what you said there, well, initially, just due to the climate that those stories were produced at the time, and also I believe just from what I remember of the research I had done of those, the reason why they weren't as popular was one, honestly, because of again, like I said, the kind of climate that those comics were made in at the time, and two, I believe some internal differences between the author and the publisher, which would have been Rob Liefeld and his studio, Extreme Studios, I believe.
Yeah.
Uh,
Because speaking of people who went crazy going into the edgy territory, I love a lot of Rob Liefeld stuff. Don't get me wrong. There's a definite charm and a definite creative vision, quote unquote, to it. But trying to jam Rob Liefeld and Alan Moore in a box together and thinking you'd get anything coherent out of it was kind of silly.
but I had some. They have those stories, from what I understand, have actually become like cult classics. You know,
They did. They did.
specifically Strong, mind you. I don't think that his run on Supreme has gotten as noticed as it probably should be.
Yeah.
Um,
But the thing is, and this is one of my biggest problems with Alan Moore. Alan Moore is all about perception. Alan Moore is all about how things are perceived. And that's part of the reason why I think he's so susceptible to all this conspiratorial, everyone who used to like my shit is fascist bullshit, is because he seems to be, and I'm gonna say this, and and I'm not attacking him for believing in magic, by the way. I'm not attacking him for being a zany wizard type character, because that would be the height of hypocrisy for me. What I am attacking him for is being a narcissist on top of, not because of, but on top of believing in magic. Um, because he only seems to be affected by mass appeal or mass approval. It doesn't matter to him, or at least it doesn't matter as much as it should to him, that Tom Strong and Supreme ultimately won the day. It doesn't matter to him that he got his I told you so with Tom Strong and Supreme. It matters that he wasn't able to instantly conjure up the same um, audience as he did with V for Vendetta or Swamp Thing or Watchmen. And therefore, he assumes that the people who liked Watchmen must have some ideological reason for liking Watchmen and therefore being a lost cause and therefore predisposed to fascism, which is bullshit. The thing is, Alan, and this is exactly where you go wrong. You're one of those, and I'm not attacking anyone who might be listening who is a chaos magician because cough cough chrono, but this is the problem with chaos magicians. And I'm speaking as someone who has had 16 years of studying magic from every philosophical school and every culture I can get my hands on. The problem with chaos magicians is they assume that everything in existence that has any magical potential whatsoever is only caused by the human will. Therefore, there's no such thing as intrinsic value because intrinsic value is just a phantasm created by essentially collective delusion. Um, and only by weaponizing that collective delusion can you create what other people would refer to as intrinsic value. I don't believe that. I don't think it's the author who creates the meaning of the art. I think it's the art that filters through the author. and that's why I oppose people like Alan Moore. But my point is, because he thinks that the only value things have is the value people attribute to them, metaphysically or psychically or otherwise, he doesn't understand the concept of you can fail to get people's attention to begin with and be vindicated afterward. And because he doesn't understand the concept of intrinsic value leading to eventual vindication, he can't stand by something like Tom Strong and Supreme because he intended for it to be as big as Watchmen and V for Vendetta, and it wasn't, so it's a failure, and he must have failed to create the kind of value that he wanted to. Whereas if you're someone like me who does believe there's a metaphysical fact of the matter, and it's not all down to human collective bullshit, there is such a thing as intrinsic value, and therefore you can fail initially, but ultimately be vindicated because the thing in and of itself has intrinsic value that you didn't put there.
Right. Shall we continue?
Yeah, moving on.
Okay. So, Johnny Turtle, no, the problem with Chaos Magicians is they keep summoning demons and sacrificing people to the Chaos Gods. Lol.
Different kind of Although to be fair, then you curse you for getting me off on a Warhammer subplot, but
keep it brief. Just
to be fair, in the context of the Warhammer world, or at least 40K, the world does operate on the principle of chaos magic because the warp is reactive to sentient input, i.e., the chaos gods are essentially aggregors. They're not forces of nature so much as they are embodiments of people's collective effort. But no, when I say chaos magic, I mean magic that is a mixture of the psychological approach to magic explicitly and chaos theory, which is why it's called chaos magic. Most of modern chaos magic has its roots in Peter Carroll, who essentially tried to combine the principles of Jungian psychology, higher dimensional mathematics, and chaos theory within the context of magic. Anyway, moving forward.
all right. Author Alan Moore, the co-creator of graphic novels like Watchmen and V for Vendetta, doesn't think superheroes are for grown-ups. Okay. Okay, Don, may I take this one?
Please.
Kind of to just reiterate what you had said earlier about comics. Superheroes themselves are intrinsically, like, to be fair, we have had heroes that could be qualified as super in myths and legends throughout all of human history.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting to my point. This is part of my point. But the classic, spandex wearing, capes, tights, all that, superheroes, have existed, I guess, technically 200 years or so.
If you throw in like adventure stories like Tarzan and the Lone Ranger and stuff like that.
Also counting pulp as well.
Yeah. So. Like pulp novels, penny dreadfuls, adventure stories, and so on. Yeah, that's round about 200 years.
Yes. God damn. That's big history. Anyway, like Dolan says, like they are basically for everyone. Because like there are very, like, speaking as a guy who's grown up past the decades of its growing hurdles, or what's the term? Like when it was growing up, effectively, like from its infancy to whatever. Where I kind of grew up in some way of its height, like the superhero craze and stuff. There are heroes that like speak to like teenagers, adults, families. Again, like the whole thing of like comic books are a varied medium. Like they encapsulate various different stories, like super and individual characters like superheroes can as well. Like and just to give a few examples, right? Like kind of my top three ones that I always go, which is Spider-Man, you know, who teaches about responsibility and growing up. Spawn, which is kind of the idea of redemption, if it is possible for a damn soul to be redeemed. And Superman, who is, well, it's kind of similar to, it is similar to Spider-Man in the fact that there is a responsibility that you have when you have great power. However, kind of to take what someone has said is, who has talked about DC Comics overall, which is gods becoming men. Growing pains. Thank you, Giant Turtle. Sorry, I don't know. My mind is. I'm tired. I'm not gonna lie. I've been up all day. But my point is like which is gods becoming men, which is the exploration of the intrinsic humanity, the beauty of humanity. That it is not as terrible as people like to make it out to be. Right?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm getting at, obviously, is like whoever thinks superheroes aren't for grown-ups or aren't for are basically just saying like they aren't for people. I guess that's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, they're primitive and overly simplistic and da 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 da. Da. And again,
Which is like that is because that is clearly an indication that that person does not know what they're talking about.
yeah, and again, not for nothing, but if it weren't for the moralistic meddling of people like Frederick Wertham and the Comics Code Authority, comics would always be for everyone. Because in the 20s, 30s, and 40s, the Golden Age, or the precursor to the Golden Age, because a lot of people start the Golden Age with Superman, which would have been 1938. But in truth, there were superheroes before there was Superman. Even in the context of the DC universe, like Doctor Occult was first published in 1935, which beats Superman by 3 years. But that's not here. My point is that during the Golden Age, comics were for everyone, and children were a subset of everyone. So some children also enjoyed comics. In the Silver Age, the comics were more kid friendly because the moralistic fucktards of the day, the authoritarian moralists, insisted that they be made more kid friendly, and still the clever bastards who write comics were able to tell high concept science fiction and fantasy stories in that context. Um, and in the Copper Age, in the British invasion, and in otherwise, realizing that comics had the freedom to say fuck the Comics Code Authority because the Comics Code Authority was basically defunct by that point, the industry counterbalanced the Silver Age by bringing in all the adult themes that the 60s and 70s had been missing in the course of the 80s and 90s. Now, granted, I think they overshot and imbalanced things a little bit too much, but there is a reason why the British invasion needed to happen, and it's because of external meddling by people like Frederick Wertham. If that external meddling had not happened, however, comics would have, and even in spite of it, have always been for everyone, and children happen to be a subset of everyone, therefore, some children also enjoy it. That does not, however, mean that children are the target audience for comics, and they never have been. And it doesn't mean that um, comics are or superhero comics are only fit for children. And it's funny to me to hear the guy who made Watchmen, Swamp Thing, V for Vendetta, and The Killing Joke parrot the exact same moralistic bullshit that Frederick Wertham and his ilk have said. Because if nothing else, what the British invasion proved. And I'm not just saying Alan Moore, because you can also give Jamie Delano a lot of credit there. You can also give Neil Gaiman a lot of credit there, even though he's not exactly deserving of it anymore. You can also give Frank Miller a lot of credit there, and so on.
Grant Morrison.
Yeah, and Grant Morrison is Grant Morrison. My God, I love Grant Morrison. I love him a little bit less now, knowing that he was trolling everyone when he said he was a ceremonial magician all those years. But he still gets what makes comics awesome even to this day, and that's awesome in of it. But that entire generation's whole point was basically reintroducing comics, which had been defrocked by the Silver Age, back to their universalist, darker roots. Because I'll tell you this other thing. Just before the end of the Golden Age and before Frederick Wertham threw a goddamn hissy fit, the most popular comics, in addition to superhero comics, the second most popular comics were supernatural horror comics. Your Tales from the Crypt, your EC comics, and etc. So to say that there wasn't an adult undercurrent of those things in the Golden Age of comics is fucking stupid. And again, the largest demographic of Golden Age comic book consumers were GIs who were literally in the middle of fighting a goddamn war.
John Turtle brings up an interesting point. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Nothing is for everyone, and people who try to market to as human always fail.
Okay, you're not entirely wrong, but I think there's a syllogism there. I think comics are for everyone who honestly engage with them.
Yeah,
that's the modifier I will use, because there are some people who take it into their heart to dislike something and will therefore not honestly engage with comics, or will not honestly engage with any genre of art. There are people who will get essentially people who, when they see other people enjoying something, whether it's through sheer hipstery stubbornness or whether it's through cynicism, will find ways to tear down things that everyone else likes and will overlook things that otherwise they would have liked. I genuinely think that superhero comics in particular are broad enough and complex enough and world built enough, especially over the course of the last few decades, that if there is something in high concept fiction, high concept sci-fi or fantasy, or the supernatural horror that you like, you will find some version of it to enjoy in superhero comics, as long as you are openly and honestly engaging with superhero comics and not being a deliberately dismissive, cynical, hipstery little bitch.
I'd say that's fair.
That's part of what makes comics so awesome, is that comics can essentially take any other genre, or superhero comics can essentially take any other genre and eat it, and then turn it up to an 11. That's part of what makes superhero universes in cinema so interesting, is because you want supernatural stuff, we've got supernatural stuff. You want sci-fi, we've got sci-fi. You want street level, punchy vigilante sort of stuff, we got that too. You want cosmic horror, we got you covered. You want absurd cosmic bullshit, like, your over the top Flash Gordon-y type stuff, we got you covered there too. Like, there is nothing you can find in any other genre of high concept fiction that you can't find done more elaborately in comics, in superhero comics somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, moving on.
Okay. Moore, who has expressed his disdain for superhero movies for years, told The Guardian in a recent interview that he thinks adults who like them can be a precursor to fascism. Dawn, before you do. Okay, so first off, he's entitled. I can understand the disdain for superhero movies. Granted, I don't know what belief he is founded on with that disdain, mind you. One could argue the fact that he doesn't like how his stories are often, like when they do adaptations that are not representative of the actual work.
Mm-hmm.
Which that I somewhat could understand.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just a weird, like to me, it is weird that he goes from like, I don't like these movies because the way they adapted my material is, no, what's the word?
Unfaithful.
Unfaithful to my work. Yeah, thank you.
And even then, he doesn't engage with any of this as an argument. He presupposes if you like it's not just I don't like this genre and here are my reasons for not liking this genre. It's I have a moral objection to this genre and I I I foresee a pathway from it to fascism. Never fucking mind, Alan, that once again a large percentage of the Golden Age was spent literally creating anti-fascist propaganda, and not anti-fascist in the anarcho-communist Antifa sense, but in the we're literally telling Hitler and his cronies to go fuck themselves, and we're literally telling the Soviet Union to go fuck itself, and on and on and on it goes.
Okay. Danito. There are two downsides. One, limits in taste for the medium. Two, comics do usually follow superhero line. Rarely see normal guys unless they have the skills of demigods, and almost always alone or in small groups.
Yeah, but honestly, that's kind of just meritocracy, because not to be mean, but there is something I like about comics in this regard of like normality is kind of boring, and I really wish the rest of like the artistic milieu would get on board with this notion that what what most people refer to as realism or normality is a kind of a straw man of reality because reality contains awesome weird shit just without without any artifice whatsoever. Reality contains awesome weird shit, and trying to limit your conception of reality to essentially a gray nihilistic world where everyone is enslaved to cubicle farms um, is bullshit and is more akin to nihilism than it is to realism. And two, frankly, just like people who don't have any particular noteworthy skills are not really worth engaging with, characters who don't really have any particular noteworthy skills are also not really worth engaging with. And I don't think it's dismissive to say that. I think there's a certain level, and this is one of the reasons I really like superhero comics. There's a certain level of if you want the reader to be interested, you have to actually tell a story that is worth telling about characters that are worth following. And I find it to be a little bit hipstery and nihilistic to say, woo, woo, but my plausibility, my normality, and it's like the most normal thing in human existence is the defiance of norms. Because if there was never defiance of norms, we would never increase meritocracy. It's a cliche at this point, but if someone had prioritized norms over merit with regards to um the car versus the horse and buggy, we never would have gotten the car. and that analogy can be universalized to almost anything. We want stories about the highest degree of meritocracy we can get in a lot of cases, because that is inherently more interesting than literally the background noise of existence, and a lot and or characters who are literally just the background noise of existence. Not saying you can't tell an interesting story about such a person, and in fact there are superhero comics that do touch on the bystanders, like the Marvels. Like, I mean, Jimmy Olsen had his own series once upon a not so long ago, um, and so on and so forth. But it's kind of disingenuous to say, I want stories that are grounded and only follow normal people. No, you don't, because there's literally no story there.
Right. Okay. You can't really tell something like Starship Troopers or Band of Brothers with superheroes, for instance. Actually, see, I disagree with
You
that.
can, though.
Hold on, Don. I disagree with that, Dragon Troll. The thing is, I'm not. Um, okay. So you can tell those stories. I think the thing is, like, it always takes the effort to make sure it works.
You have to figure out how is the thing, and
Yeah.
people have.
Um, you can look at it like that. You can also look at it as the Superman problem. How do you challenge them when they are one-man armies? May I quote Grant Morrison?
Please.
You give them emotional problems, or like you challenge them ethically, morally.
Or you make them the straight man that the rest of the world has to react to.
Yeah. Hold on. Don't get me wrong, I agree we shouldn't conform to normality. Hell, I usually aim for more fantastical and high power, but just like street level has its place, so does situations where they don't stand out as much.
I mean, yes, but as you say, it has a place in a larger universe. But that's exactly it. It has a place in a larger universe. A lot of people seem to be so devoted to my norms and my realism stroke softcore nihilism that they literally would rather live in a universe where there's less interesting things, just out of kind of spite, to be honest with you. That's how we get like The Boys and stuff. Like, there are people who are so devoted to normality that even if they had the option to engage in a more high powered universe, they would actually choose not to. Like, if you gave them the option of, hey, magic exists, hey, this really absurd next level science fiction shit exists, um, hey, there are gods and demons and angels and everything in between and so on and so forth. They would actually they would essentially pull, and I'm gonna use a Dresden Files reference on you, Dragon Turtle. They would essentially pull a Rudolph. Some people are actually so mind-bogglingly devoted to norms and limitations that they would actually rather interesting things didn't exist, because then they can't be blamed for not aspiring to more. It's kind of it's why I hate Jerry Smith from Rick and Morty. And don't get me wrong, I hate Rick too. Rick and Jerry both, to me, symbolize the worst of humanity, but they symbolize the worst of humanity on different levels. Rick is the sort of person who knows norms are bullshit, but instead of striving for something more, i.e., finding a new standard of value, he gives into nihilism and goes, if norms are bullshit, then there is no reason to presuppose that value exists at all. Jerry is the other end of that spectrum of, he is so dead certain that norms hold value that even in defiance of everything he's ever seen or everything he's ever interacted with, he will default back to the lame assest of all, like, norms are my god approach. And I don't hold with enabling those two mentalities. I don't hold with exceptional people finding there to be no value in norms and therefore presupposing that there's no value, period. And I don't hold with people who are so ostrich headed that they would actively disdain interesting shit.
Right. Okay. All right. So I'm going to read these last couple of things, and we're going to move on.
Mhm.
That's what I mean. Physical problems are then off the table. Batman only has to worry about specific individuals and maybe large groups. One guy will never be of concern to Batman unless it's Joker or that one mercenary guy Deadpool was a parody of. Deathstroke. You're thinking of Deathstroke.
And again, here's the other thing about challenges herded or the one thing you can always do to someone with no matter what powers they have is put them in a situation where those powers don't matter. And I'm gonna use an example of Mind and Brainstormers. I'm not gonna go deeply into detail, but long story short, there's a character in our universe, the Lionhearted, specifically the second generation of the Lionhearted, who is basically my self-insert. And I was dead set on not making myself a Gary Stu, but also um, giving myself what I would determine as the most logical extension of my already existing abilities. Um, and that being said, my self-insert character is not a Doctor Strange or a Doctor Fate or anyone on that kind of cosmic scale. He has essentially two skills that he is able to, by way of intelligence, manipulate um, in a diverse range of ways. Um, there's also a character in the Lionhearted universe who is basically our surrogate for Superman. I think I mentioned him before. He's basically what if Superman was a gray alien who was raised by the Inuits? And you would think, by sheer power scaling, that my self-insert character would have no way of dealing with our Superman surrogate. But in actuality, because of the subtle, indirect way that my self-insert character's powers work, and the way in which they're very much skill-based rather than overt power scaling based, my self-insert character is actually the only character in our entire universe who can briefly one-up the Superman character by essentially by essentially putting him in a situation where he still has all of his powers. His powers aren't being negated or one-upped or anything, but those powers are not useful. And there's always the potential to do that. There's always a potential, no matter what powers you give someone, to put them in a situation where their powers are not actually useful. And there's also a chance where challenging the character isn't even the fucking point. The point is how the character interacts with the rest of the world that's around them. Like, for example, Dream of the Endless. Dream of the Endless is a living, sapient concept. He's a fact of existence. And therefore, obviously, there is very little in the multiverse of the DC universe that can challenge him. But challenging him is not the fucking point. The point is to see how does the embodiment of all things dream having sapience affect the world around him, especially given that that world is the DC universe. You can always find stories to tell that don't necessarily directly revolve around challenging, be they interpersonal or physical. Because if a character is interesting enough and a world is interesting enough, then simply seeing a character exist in a world and have an impact on said world should be enough to tell an interesting story with. The problem is, so many people are trapped in this writing 101 thing where, no, you have to challenge the character, be it physical or impersonal, you have to find some way of challenging them.
Are,
And in actuality, no, you don't. If your characters are interesting enough and your world is interesting enough and the situations that the character can get into in said world are interesting enough, challenge kind of becomes secondary.
are we talking about Superman?
Dragon Turtle brought up the Superman problem, and yeah, that was kind of my long-winded approach to the whole.
Superman, like, I never really got that argument because Superman has enemies that are strong, that are like on par with him. I never really got the whole he doesn't have a challenge argument because literally Superman's rogue gallery is on par with him.
Yeah,
That's why that's why rogues galleries exist because they're tailor made to a superhero.
well, there's that, and as I mentioned before you popped on, Corrupt, it doesn't even necessarily need to be a power scaling thing. If a person has one unique skill that the other person who's categorically more powerful than them either hasn't ever seen before or can't address using their power set, it doesn't even need to necessarily be a scale thing. It can just be a I'm better at using this one skill that I have that you aren't capable of addressing than you are at using your medley of overpowered skills to counteract it.
You're talking about like Lex Luthor, basically.
Well, no, the example I gave was one that me and Brainstormer had come up with because we have a character in a universe that we're writing that is basically a Superman type character, and then we have another character who really can only do variations on two specific skills, and is fairly like street level as far as power scaling goes. But because those two skills are um, subtle and unique enough, the combination of them was able to get the drop on our Superman surrogate characters.
Like the I guess the problem I guess the problem when I guess the issue is that you can get the drop on. So the problem with the Superman question per se is sort of nuanced, right? It's not so much it's that you have to address it from multiple angles. Like when it comes to someone like Batman or a superhero that's not quite Superman's level of strength, but like let's say medium level of power, you can you can more effectively hurt them with specialized characters. Whereas characters that, even if they are specialized, they need to have some degree of lethality to them in order to hurt like a Superman,
And
basically.
and here's the other aspect of it, and I can't believe I'm citing this because I really hate this approach to magic as metaphor. But I believe it was it Brandon Sanderson who's the fantasy writer guy, I
Yeah,
think.
I think so.
Um, he once said something to the effect of when you're building a magic system, build it deeper rather than wider, i.e., rather than give your character 50 spells that can do various different things, make them use two spells or one spell in as many diverse ways as it can be used. And I guess I'm kind of in that same space where like one person who is very good at using one skill can get the drop on someone who has categorically more power but isn't as nuanced in how they use it, I guess is the best way of putting it.
I see what you're saying. You're basically, I get what you're saying. You're basically saying that like someone, it's like the master. What is it? The the jack of all trades versus like who's basically
The master of
mediocre in
one
everything.
very narrow skill, yeah.
But basically, looking at I guess what Dragon Turtle is saying, I don't really agree that it necessarily limits the stories that the character can go through. Like, for example, right? Like, I'm guessing the argument is that if the character is a quote unquote demigod or something, it limits the type of stories that can be told. Is that essentially the argument?
I think so. And when you popped in, I was kind of explaining that even if challenge, quote unquote, isn't as possible for a character, you can tell. And this is why I get really annoyed when people get in this like false dichotomy of you have to give the character something to challenge them. As I was saying when you popped in, I'm of the approach that if you create a character well enough and you create the world they exist in well enough and you give enough different situations for that character to get involved in, you don't necessarily need challenge. What you need is interest. And challenge is one way of obtaining interest, but it's not necessarily the same thing necessarily. And I gave the example of Dream of the Endless. Dream of the Endless is a living sapient concept. In no ordinary situation are you going to be able to challenge him, and everyone knows it. But interestingly, with Dream, because he is a living sapient concept, he can. The crux of his stories isn't necessarily being challenged either personally or physically. It's how do I, as a character, have an impact on the world in which I find myself? And in his case, of course, the world in which he finds himself is the DC universe or the DC multiverse. So there's plenty of it. There's plenty of interesting things that can happen to him without them necessarily being a challenge, quote unquote.
It's basically the Overlord argument from the anime. His like because he's an in-game level character in a world full of like what level 20
Yeah,
NPCs.
level 2 or
Yeah,
yeah, he's a level 100 necromancer slash warlock slash whatever in a world where I think the most powerful characters like level 25 or something.
exactly. So there's no real challenge for him. So there's no outward challenge for him. So the challenge is basically in his lies in his ability to interact with other people, the way he manages the other NPCs that he has personal interactions with, his ability to not go overboard when it comes to the things that he does, his the fact that he purposefully limits himself so that he can accomplish his goals and so on and so forth. Like the challenges, the challenges lie not necessarily in the people who can oppose him, so much in his ability to interface with the world.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh, sorry, I don't mind the discussion, but
But we did get off the topic of once more bitch slapping Alan Moore for being
All
dumb.
right, can I at least say one thing to Dragon Turtle? Because I want to say I want to
Yeah, no, go ahead.
touch on that comment he made where he says that it limits the stories to like demigods and shit. Well, basically every story is kind of that way, right? Like the challenges that a protagonist of a story are going to be scaled up to their quote unquote level of power. So
And even then, not always. I mean, there are plenty of stories of Superman where he's just interacting with Lois Lane and Jimmy Olsen. I mean, Jimmy Olsen got his own freaking spin-off because he was just such a fan favorite character.
all right, all right.
right. So back
Yeah, I
to
agree. All right, we can go back to Alan. Someone said Alan Moore admits that he's a fascist or something. What?
yeah,
Alan Moore claims that any adult who likes superhero comics or superhero movies is opening themselves up as a precursor to fascism because comic books and superhero comic books are inherently infantilistic.
That's insane. Like that's insane. Like how does that logically how does that logically follow?
I think we're about to find out.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is where we were when you came in, was me beating my head against a wall for why. Not only how could anyone think that, but how specifically could Alan Moore, the man who gave us Swamp Thing, V for Vendetta, Watchmen, and etc., think that or come to think that?
Isn't isn't he is let me see. Isn't he the one that that hates superheroes, or is that the other one?
No, he does. He finds them to be basically everything that's wrong with the world.
Which is weird because he actually made some pretty heroic stories after during the 90s when
Yeah, like after he got through his edgy boy phase, he made Supreme and Tom Strong, and they were kind of bringing back the idealistic boy. And Brainstorm and I mentioned this earlier, but if he had stayed on that path, that would have been a better character arc, ironically, for Alan Moore. But instead of doing that, he basically went into the thing of, well, I tried to do the idealistic superhero thing after Watchmen and V for Vendetta did so well, but it didn't catch on like they did, so people must be too far gone, and we should give in to nihilism and derp, basically.
It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre how someone could see oh, this person is a model of idealism and hope. Therefore it's militant and bad.
Yeah,
it's so insane to me.
it's almost there's only one way to
Yeah.
use strength, and the only way to use strength is to be authoritarian. Therefore, anyone who exhibits extraordinary meritocratic strength or skills of any kind must be a fascist propaganda piece. Never mind that literally the golden age of comics was spent 80% of it fighting literal goddamn fascist and or authoritarian regimes.
There we
Right. Okay, so moving on.
Yep.
Sorry about that. There was a car alarm went off right next to my window. It was. I hope no one heard that.
I didn't hear
No,
that.
we didn't. Or I didn't. I don't know if anyone else did, but I don't think.
I didn't. So, I mean, gunshots go off around my house sometimes, so I don't think you guys hear it.
At least no one's setting off fireworks in the middle of November this time.
Oh my god, bruh. I live in the type of neighborhood, and Brainstormer will probably understand this. I live in the type of neighborhood where you might hear something that sounds like fireworks, but it ain't
Dude,
fireworks.
that happened so much, when I was growing up. I can't tell you how many times. Actually, to be fair, there were a lot. It was actually a lot of fireworks. Only the last couple of years has it really started to become gunfire.
Because it's just when you hear fireworks, stay away from your windows.
But the funny thing is with me, and it's not like shootouts never happen here, because they have happened before, but particularly around places that are fairly local and people know to be meth
I
labs.
just
But that's neither
always
here.
thought there weren't fireworks around you because you lived in the middle of nowhere. Or at
But
least that's
but
what you told me.
but the funny thing is, I live right next to a softball field, so sometimes people will just go over there and randomly, for no explicable reason, actually set off fireworks. Like I could see them from my window, fucking, and it's the weirdest goddamn thing because as you were alluding to, sometimes I jump because I think it must be gunfire, and then I'm like, oh, no, someone is actually literally just setting off fireworks for some inexplicable reason in the middle of goddamn November. And that's the thing. During July I can understand it, or June I can understand it because it's prepping for 4th of July and that's whatever. But when it's in the middle of November or December, I'm just like, number one, who is standing out there in the cold just randomly setting off fireworks? And two, why? Why would you do this?
Anyway,
Okay. I thought you lived in like the middle of nowhere, so I was just like, oh, you probably didn't really have much.
Yeah,
Like,
no, I do live in the middle of nowhere, but there's
Alright.
still random bullshit that happens.
Okay.
anyway, I said around about 2011 that I thought that it had serious and worrying implications for the future if millions of adults were queuing up to see Batman movies. Moore said, because that kind of infantilization, that urge towards simpler times, simpler realities, that can very often be a precursor to fascism.
Bitch, you wrote the Killing Joke. What the fuck are you talking about, infantilization? Like that's the long and the short of this is I can't for the life of me understand why Alan Moore, who is basically all but patient zero for the British invasion and the restoration of the adult themes that the Silver Age took out of comics, because for one thing, in the Golden Age, comics weren't explicitly for kids; they were just for everyone, and there was plenty of horror comics and comics with darker themes and everything. And it wasn't until the Silver Age that got warped out of commission because of Frederick Wertham and his bullshit. But even then, the guy who basically was the ground, one of the ground roots for the British invasion and the restoration of mature comics in the 80s and 90s, he still thinks that comics are infantilistic even though his own comics are like the example of comics not being that.
Giant Joe brings up an interesting point. It sounds like he equates non-nihilism with fascism vulnerability. You need to give up and laugh at anyone who cares about something, or you are a fascist.
Well, I'm gonna defend him just a little bit and try to steelman his argument. It seems like his argument is idealistic naivete was common pre-Nazi Germany or pre-fascist Italy, and therefore the existence of like idealism in adventure stories or superhero stories is a precursor to fascism.
But
But
that's it. But that's
but
as idiotic as saying like edgy jokes turn you into Hitler.
well, yeah, there's that, and there's also the idea of I think what he's saying is idealism turns you into a fascist because people who propagandists who try to sell you fascism will try to appeal to ideals, and therefore no one should be allowed to appeal to ideals because anyone who appeals to ideals is good. It almost sounds
Again,
like it almost sounds like he thinks that if we allow for any idealism at all, then fascism becomes a foregone conclusion. It
like,
doesn't seem like he understands the notion of someone can be idealistic and not be predisposed to fascism.
again, this is as this is as infantile as saying, "Oh, you think jokes about black people are fun? You think it's as
You
infantile as if
play
I made
D&D,
a
you
joke
must
about
be a
black people,
Satanist.
right? Like it's like if I made a joke about black people or something. I'm black. Relax. And somebody said, "Oh, you think racism is okay? Okay, you're a Nazi." Like it's the stupidest way of just making things that don't connect because I guess I'm okay with like an edgy joke. Therefore, I'm also okay with the Holocaust. Like that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, like
I don't understand it.
you make a joke about a black man being lynched, and therefore you support lynching. You black person, you.
Exactly. I mean, I don't really get that. Like, I don't really understand how you can say, well, I understand it. I just think it's stupid. It's like, so because the appeals for fascism were simpler times, and you think, wow, this superhero comic where a guy is beating up another guy is really cool. Like, these two things can I don't understand how they logically follow just because
Fascism will show you a idealistic notion of the world or the past. Therefore, no one is allowed to be idealistic at all about anything relating to either the present or the past or the future.
exactly. It's like
Be-
I can't exactly. It's like I can't make a joke about something because if I make a joke about something, I obviously sympathize with racism. Like what?
Fascism tries to make you happy, therefore we should just outlaw the very notion of joy, and therefore we'll never lead to fascism ever again.
So there's an episode of Rick and Morty, right? Where Morty is like a Nazi and they go to the Nazi reality
Fascist
and
Morty, yeah, I remember.
the fascist Marty, right? And fascist Morty, one of the things that makes him fascist is the fact that, and this is basically an insert for people the writers do not like, is that he
Yeah, it's
preferred
Dan Harmon dumping on his own fandom.
exactly he preferred times when they just went on fun adventures and there wasn't a shit ton of like meta commentary or these are fascist Morty's words, not mine. And
Fun
it,
classic Rick and Morty adventures, or I will shoot you in the head. Basically, is what he ends up going. Yeah,
Alexis up. And what I found about what I found bizarre about that is, I guess, what Alan Moore is saying, in that a desire to return to some simpler, earlier, or nostalgic time is obviously fascistic.
or even just the notion of any ideal at all, because I have seen people make that argument of fascism is fascism sells itself as idealistic, therefore no one is allowed to be idealistic. We have to be cynical and quote unquote realistic, which usually just means nihilistic, because I've mentioned this many times before, but most people's definition of realism is just softcore nihilism. Because if they actually cared about being realistic, they would also care about replicating the positive aspects of reality. Because there are positive, idea, inspirational aspects of reality. There are interesting aspects of reality. I mean, we live in a world with black holes and quasars and various different kinds of philosophy and art and this and that and the other. So like it bothers me that most people's definition of realism seems to be inherently nihilistic because it excludes all of the aspirational or interesting parts of reality.
Like it's it's this, I guess it's I remember watching a video where people were speaking about Superman and how how there
Fascist
were
he is.
Warner there were basically like Warner execs and people were basically just like coming up with ideas about the subject regarding Superman and how they felt that like Warner execs really loved Batman and they felt that Batman was more relatable but not Superman. And I wonder if it's because, like Alan Moore, they sort of adhere to this like obsession with cynical realism.
They
As
don't they don't
opposed
they
to
don't
just
understand idealism,
yeah,
therefore it's
exactly.
sinister to them.
Exactly, yeah. They don't understand idealism, therefore it's very sinister and it's and
Or
they say
childish.
exactly or
That's
childish.
the other. th- there are two roads that these people generally go down. It's it's idealism doesn't make sense to me, and therefore it's a sinister ploy to do something evil, or I don't understand idealism, therefore idealism is silly and childish.
Yeah,
And
it's
sometimes both, which is the weirdest fucking thing to watch someone do both. Something can be sinister and childish at the same time, and I don't.
what I
And that's where my brain just goes, "What?"
what I find bizarre about that is that they seem to think that everyone else possesses the same sort of opinion as well. Like modern audiences won't relate to idealism or the virtues of Superman because they're idealistic and childish and shit. When you take a look, I'll use you can take a look at anime, for example. It's a globally popular.
Goku syndrome.
Exactly. It's a globally popular thing. And young people, and a lot of it is like idealistic. And a lot of younger people are very into it. It skews young for a reason. So you can't look at that and say, "Oh, no one relates to idealism," and then I don't see how you could come to that sort of conclusion.
Well, you don't even need to make that far. You don't even need to make that far a reach because, and here's the thing that annoys me about the way DC has handled Superman up until this point, and Brainstormer can tell you, Superman isn't even my character. Like up until having many long conversations with Brainstormer, I didn't really get Superman, and I still don't fully, I don't think, get Superman. But one thing that I've always wondered about, and why I think the DC universe with regards to the movies is very dumb, is they have a perfect template for how to do Superman in the form of the MCU's version of Captain America. The MCU's version of Captain America is every bit as mom baseball, apple pie, aw shucks, it's kind of middle America or classic Americana as any version of Superman is. And Marvel has been monetizing the shit out of that for a decade or so. I mean, literally like 11 years, because I believe the first Captain America movie came out in 2011. So, like, if Marvel can sell Captain America, of all characters, in a modern global context, because, of course, all movies need to have some measure of global appeal in this day and age, so you have to keep that in mind. If Marvel can sell that degree of aw shucks, mom baseball, apple pie, Americana in the form of Captain America for a decade, then DC can certainly get away with Superman being the aw shucks, mom baseball, apple pie character he's supposed to be.
I guess it's just a matter of writers and like.
Yeah,
I guess
don't get me started on the writers.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just a matter of writers. Especially with the fact that a lot of the writers they seem to have now are a stark contrast to the writers for the first Marvel movies. Like I told you, I came in at phase 3-ish to 4. So, and looking at those movies and TV shows
I
compared
didn't
to.
really understand what the hype was about because
Yeah,
you were like, what the fuck?
so when I look at Guardians of the Galaxy, right? And then I look at something like um what's that god awful movie with the bitch main character? Fucking
Captain Marvel.
Captain Marvel. Like, you can tell those two movies were written by completely different people.
Oh yeah.
Like the tone, the like everything about them are completely different. It's like, or like the Eternals. These are movies that don't exist in the same, like, I don't even think you could call them the same, like, universe because
And
of
and
how different they are.
and that's the funny thing, because this is going to turn into a bit of an why Eternals suck sidebar, but
I'm I'm sorry. I just for sake of time.
We gotta go forward without Alan Moore. Let's go.
yeah, okay. I will withhold my point about Eternals to like one sentence. But the thing is, Eternals is very close in terms of the comics to the tone of the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, or the latter Thor movies, or the second Suicide Squad movie. So why in the hell didn't they just take what worked with the two Guardians movies and the two most recent Thor movies and turn it up to an 11 and make an Eternals movie like that? Because obviously the Guardians approach works and it would fit the source material. So why did, instead of embracing the source material like you did with the Guardians or like you did with Thor Ragnarok, did you literally invert the source material to make it this boring quasi Christopher Nolan bullshit? Anyway, moving on.
Well, okay, and I'll also end on this. I think we can all agree here is that there are good, because I'm of the belief that there are always good concepts, but poor execution. The thing is, there's a lot of poor execution these days.
Yeah, you can make a good movie about just about anything, or a good show about just about anything, but you actually have to put in the effort to do so, and know how to, and they don't.
Pretty much, yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Anyway, back to Alan Moore.
yeah. He used the popularity of superhero movies and the election of Donald Trump as examples. What the fuck?
What? What? What?
Because Trump appealed to like an idealistic version of like populism or Americana is where he's going, I think.
Well, I mean, maybe like that's. I find this. I find the Donald Trumpism weird, but then again, like people like Alan Moore, I think don't really understand any form of populism but their own. So
Yeah, no, they strawman the shit out of it because it doesn't make sense in their framework.
Right. Superheroes have dominated Hollywood at the box office for over a decade, thanks largely to the success of the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Oh
But
no, people are paying money for the movies they actually want to see. Oh, the horror. Fucking hell.
I feel like Alan Moore's reality would be. I feel like if we lived in Alan Moore's reality, it would just be really depressing and just like they would basically have these little centers where people would like administer like Xanax or 1,000 like mood stabilizers to people because of just how overtly depressing and just
Well, and
critical everything
the
is.
funny thing is, back in the 80s, Alan Moore politically was exactly where Antifa is now. Like you may not know going off of the movie because the movie is much better, but in the comic version of V for Vendetta, V
Yeah,
is
it was
literally
about George Bush, wasn't it? It was an allegory for George Bush, wasn't it?
no.
It was an allegory for George Bush. I think so.
In the V for Vendetta comic, it's fascism versus anarcho-communism. V is supposed to literally be a superhero equivalent of Antifa. That's why he has the red and black color scheme.
Yeah, let me see.
In the movie, they altered it a little bit to make the fascism of the party in the movie more akin to like Bush era warmongering, and they made V as a character more a superhero equivalent of like John Locke or Voltaire, more of a like a classical liberal. And honestly, I think that made the movie better than the comic. And I know that rarely happens, but I do think it genuinely made it better. But my point is, Alan Moore is like 20 years ahead of everyone else in terms of political warpedness because he started in the 80s from like the Antifa position of anarcho-communism is the one true path. So just to give everyone that background, he started from the anarcho-communist position in the 80s, and he's had 20 or 30 years to become increasingly more black-pilled about it.
right.
Okay, all right. The movie wanted to originally go after George Bush, but they changed it to. Never mind. Okay.
Yeah, the comic is supposed to be an ideological battle between fascism and anarcho-communism. The movie is classical liberalism versus Bushite warmongering type fascism.
Right.
ANCAPs are retarded, but anarcho communists are super retarded.
Like I fully believe that anarchism cannot work, and nor should it. But if I had to become any kind of anarchist, gun to my head, I'd become an ANCAP rather than an
Yeah,
ANCOM.
I'd rather be an ANCAP too than like an anarcho con. Let's all live on. let's all live in a commune. And let's all live in a commune and do everything by consent of everyone in the commune.
Yeah, it's very stupid. But anyway, back on point.
I just have something to say. To quote a certain Witcher, evil is evil. Lesser, greater. Given the option, I'd rather not choose at all. With related to what you guys said.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
agree.
Between ANCAPs and ANCOMs, I'm still going the anarchism doesn't work option. But
Gun in my head, I'd take the bullet.
if I had to choose, I can at least see how ANCAPs got there. I struggle even knowing like word for word how ANCOMs got there. I still look at it and go, you are Socratically fucktarded motherfuckers.
Okay, anyway, got a little bit left, and
Oh,
then
okay. That was okay. So it was originally supposed to be. Okay, I understand this now.
a little bit of this article left. So, move on.
Then on to James Cameron's variety of stupidity. Because
I'm gonna be honest. We're probably gonna move that to next week.
All right.
I mean, okay.
I'll be honest. I just want to move on to something more happy. This drained me.
Yeah, I can understand, Matt.
Like this, like the thing I had, the issue I have with this is that it's just,
Well,
it's so.
it's this combined with the first thing that we covered that you weren't here for, Corrupt, which
What was
was
the first thing you guys covered?
talking about the passing of Kevin Conroy.
Oh, that's depressing.
The death of our generation's Batman.
Oh, that's depressing.
You didn't know that? Didn't know that happened?
Yeah, no. I knew that. It's depressing to hear.
Well,
Yeah, in a sane world, I would be able to steal 30 years from George Soros and give them to Kevin Conroy. Because George Soros is 94 and Kevin Conroy only made it to 66.
Oh my
So
god.
someone owes Kevin Conroy 30 years.
that's one. But yeah, moving on.
Yeah, moving on.
Wait, unless did you have something to say, Corrupt? I think I cut you off.
About this last part here.
Or about the passing of Kevin Conroy.
Kevin Conroy. He I have like it just really bummed me out when I heard about it because like he was my Batman, you know?
I think post 1990 he was everybody's Batman.
I'll be honest. I think I grew up with like 6 different Batman.
But none of them stayed with you as much as Kevin
You know
did.
what fucking sucked? You know what? No, you know what? I do have something to say. You know what makes me fucking angry? The fact that the one time he got to play Batman, like a live action Batman, was in that shitty Batwoman show where he was an asshole who wore a fucking.
Yeah, Crisis on Infinite Earth.
Oh, that made me fucking
Hey,
angry.
Corrupt.
Yes.
If you want to pick me up of Crisis of Infinite, that thing, I did a rewrite on my channel, Brainstorm Pop Culture, where I did like a complete rewrite of that thing. I basically made him like Batman Beyond Bruce Wayne in that.
That would be amazing because holy shit, you took Kevin Conroy's Batman and just made him just this. God, they ruined him.
Yeah,
And-
let's. And I mentioned this earlier, but I'll mention it again. Apologies to all the other people who have played Batman in the intervening years. Apologies to Michael Keaton. Apologies to Val Kilmer. Apologies to. I'm not apologizing to George Clooney. George Clooney can go fuck himself. But apologies to Christian Bale. Apologies to Batfleck. Apologies to Robert Pattinson. You may have played a Batman, but Kevin Conroy was the Batman.
he was he literally was. Like when you hear I am Batman, yeah, that's Kevin Conroy.
it's complicated for me because I mean I grew up with reruns of the animated series and also like the DC animated universe, like Justice League Unlimited. But I'll be honest, the one Batman cartoon I really remember the most is Batman the Brave and the Bold.
I liked the Batman. That was one of my
Oh, yeah, no,
favorites.
I liked both of those, but they weren't what defined my childhood. And Kevin Conroy's Batman was very much what defined my childhood.
right.
Yeah,
Well,
Batman animated series defined mine too.
you guys know that I'm the youngest here, so
Yeah, and what one thing I will say in regards to Brave and the Bold, I did love having Kevin Conroy and Mark Hamill play the Phantom Stranger and the Spectre in the episode Chill of the Night, because that was a truly great bit of Easter egging going on there.
I also will say I loved the Earth 3 episodes. Like the Joker was the Red Hood deal.
Oh right, yeah, the one with the like little, basically what amounted to a interdimensional portal gun before Rick and Morty.
Yep. Anyway, sorry, off topic there.
Yeah. On to the positive thing, or at least finishing this.
We're still not done with this. But more things, superheroes should still be for children, despite his own involvement in shifting that narrative with Watchmen in 1986, which was written by Moore and with art by Dave Gibbons. Hundreds of thousands of adults are lining up to see characters and situations that had been created to entertain the 12-year-old boys, and it was always boys, 50 years ago. Moore said.
No. Fuck you, Alan. No. The golden age of comics was for everyone. It was, and children just happened to be a subset of everyone. Children didn't become the definitive target audience until the 60s with the Silver Age, and that was due to folks like Frederick Wortham and the Comics Code Authority meddling with the medium of comics.
God, what a depressing individual.
Prior to the end of the golden age of comics, the two most popular subcategories of comics were the superhero genre and the horror genre. Probably most famous in the form of Tales from the Crypt and EC Comics. The reason why is because there was plenty of crossover between those two things back in the day. And not for nothing, but also, lest we forget, the original Batman was based off of The Shadow, and The Shadow was dark as fuck. So fuck your comics are only for kids derp narrative, because
always 12-year-old boys.
Yeah. Hey,
yeah.
Corrupt. When you said what a depressing who are you referring to? Frederick Wortham or?
I'm referring to, like, I almost called him Adam Carolla. The fuck? I'm referring to Adam Moore. Like, what a depressing reality he must live in such a depressing reality. Like,
only children can enjoy things.
Like, exactly. It's like, okay. It's like,
or should.
It's like you can't have hobbies. You can't enjoy things. You can't enjoy idealistic things. This is the type of person who looks at entertainment media and goes, harumph. Like, really?
Or what is the meta narrative? What is the broader theme that I'm supposed to be taking?
Exactly.
From this?
There's also a weird, like, he brings up like the 12-year-old kids and stuff of like 50 years ago. The weird thing is those guys have grown up and still enjoy those characters. Like, are they supposed to stop caring about those characters when they have reached adulthood?
You know and what? What? 1 second. You'll get this. You'll get this. Okay. So there's this comic someone made, right? And it's basically a riff. It's basically them like ripping on the whole everything must be political argument, right? And it's this guy watching a TV show of two characters, and one of the characters says, "My penis hurts." And then the guy watching the show goes, "What am I supposed to get from this? What does it mean? What political message is it giving me?" Like holy shit. Not everything has to have some deep political message to it.
Well, further to that, and getting back to what Brainstorm was saying, the whole idea that you should give out these characters when you grow up, and that was always the like straw man argument in the '60s of like you've become an adult now, you have to put away childish things, and two things with that. One, that resulted in an unprecedented amount of midlife crises, because it turns out that if someone derives meaning from something for the first 10 to 20 years of their lives, and then you tell them that they can only become a valid adult by giving up everything they used to find meaningful, it breaks their brains somewhat and turns them into nihilistic, cynical bitches that eventually have psychological breakdowns and need to recapture their youth. Or we can just do what we did before the 1960s, and everyone who wants to or has any predilection to enjoy comics can enjoy comics. Because here's the other thing, Alan. During the golden age of comics, the largest readership of comics were war-bound adults, were GIs in the trenches of World War II.
And women.
Yeah, so you tell me, Alan, are the GIs who literally fought the fucking fascists, thank you very much, idealistic fascist pawns because they enjoy comics? Or
yes.
are you the most pig-headed human being to ever walk the face of the goddamn entertainment media?
He would probably say yes, honestly. I feel like people like Alan Moore are so cynical. I'll say cynical for the sake of being nice. Are so cynical and jaded that if you were to present them with that with that sort of scenario, they would say yes.
Yeah, I mean, this is literally a man who wrote a story in the hopes that it would bring about the end of the world through magic. So yeah, and don't even get me started on how much Alan Moore pisses me off as an occultist, because we will be here until the end of goddamn time.
Oh,
But
so him looking like a wizard isn't a coincidence. Holy shit.
no, he
Oh,
actually
he's a
wants to
forest
be.
druid. I forgot about that. He's an actual druid.
Yeah, and he worships a snake god that he himself admits is basically a servitor. But yeah, long story short, he attempted to use narrative magic to write a story called Promethea, which he was convinced if enough people read it, it would bring about the end of the goddamn world,
You
because
know,
he assumed the end of the world would be better off than the way the world was heading without it.
that's actually the plot from In the Mouth of Madness. It's a movie about Cthulhu. Basically, the old eldritch gods or whatever were
What
sealed away.
wasn't it Hastur? Because Hastur was the artistic one of the old ones, if I remember my Lovecraft correctly.
It would have been, yes. Although In the Mouth of Madness couldn't technically take actual like eldritch abominations and shit, so they were implied, but you basically knew who the character, like who the particular gods were.
Yeah,
So
because Hastur or the King in Yellow is the artsy fartsy old one of
yeah,
the
so
family
basically they were sealed away by angels from God, and so they
instead of
basically
the elder things.
yeah,
Yeah,
basically they whispered in the ear of this like author, and he created a series of books, and basically the more people read his books, the more they believed in this shit, and the more the books like
they essentially
blurred
fed
reality.
on people's awareness of them.
Yeah, basically, yeah, and they blurred reality until like eventually the eldritch gods could cross over into reality and take over. That was like, oh,
Yeah,
that's
but
actually the plot.
the sad thing about Alan Moore is he didn't even attribute it to any sort of Lovecraftian entity. He did it on purpose, knowing what he was doing and trying to do it. Apparently,
Um,
I'm going to
anyway,
call
we got
it
like
written.
a little bit like a paragraph left. So
All
yeah.
right.
Let's finish this off and get to the good one for this week.
I didn't. I didn't really think that superheroes were adult fare. I think that this was a misunderstanding born of what happened in the 1980s, to which I must put my hand up to a considerable share of the blame, though it was not intentional when things like Watchmen were first appearing.
Well, then you were always wrong, Alan. And your work succeeded in spite of you rather than because of you. Because again, in the original golden age of comics, everyone was an eligible comic book reader. The only people who weren't comic book readers during the golden age of comics were snooty, fruity, artsy fartsy types who thought that no real literature could possibly ever come from comics. Tut tut tut. Never mind that not a decade later, these people would be filleting H.P. Lovecraft, who wrote fucking pulp essays, by the way, like he was the second coming of Edgar Allan Poe, and as they should, for H.P. Lovecraft is awesome and his literature is good. My point is that H.P. Lovecraft wrote for Weird Science magazine and deliberately wrote what he referred to as weird fiction, of the kind that you would find in comic books, and several of his contemporaries, Robert E. Howard for one, did make the transition from pulp essays in pulp magazines to comics, knowingly and willfully.
Alan Moore is so out of touch. He reminds me of those people who used to turn those really old people who used to turn their nose up to comics because the pictures in them.
Yeah, but
Like that's how out of touch he sounds. Like comics aren't real reading because there are pictures.
It's baffling because this is coming from a a superhero comic book artist,
Writer.
Writer. It's one thing to get this from your Frederick Worthams, your Jack Thompsons, or your Gavin McGinnis's. It's an entire other thing for the patient zero of the British invasion to say this about his own goddamn work.
I mean, like, what was it? The guy who made the game series Saints Row. I think he said he felt bad about what he made. That's why we got the Saints Row reboot. So
Oh God.
I'm like,
Anyway,
so I'm not really surprised that this happened. I mean, and like you said, like maybe it's a political thing with him now. Maybe he doesn't like the fact that way too many conservatives like the Punisher, and so it must be all fascism now. Like I don't know.
Okay, no, there is a part of that because one of the things that is a consistent thing with Alan Moore, and consistent in air quotes because nothing with Alan Moore could possibly be fully consistent, but he does say that one of the things that made him resent his past work is that he would create a realistic interpretation of a ideology or a philosophy that he didn't like, thinking that everyone else would be on the same page as him, and then he had to watch the accurate portrayal of that ideology bite him in the ass, because rather than agreeing with his ideology, they agreed with the character's ideology because Alan Moore went out of his way to make an accurate portrayal of that ideology. He made an accurate portrayal of that ideology, thinking that everyone would go, "Oh yes, Alan, you're absolutely right. That ideology is terrible." But instead, he made an accurate portrayal of that ideology, and a bunch of people became convinced of that ideology.
Yeah, that's why SJWs and shit always misrepresent like a particular ideological enemy. Like, thinking. So you have to, because you're trying to get across a particular, like, you're trying to push a particular propaganda, right? Like, if I wanted to say, I don't know, like, red team is bad because they hate children or something, right?
Yeah.
I'm not going to actually say what their actual positions are, because that would hinder my goal of pushing my particular propaganda.
But at that point, you're sort of caught between a rock and a hard place because you have two options. Either you can accurately betray your enemies, in which case that has the unfortunate side effect of, if you accurately portray your enemies and some people find those enemies sympathetic, then you're going to wind up making those enemies sympathetic. But if you misrepresent your enemies deliberately, or even just out of just sheer stubbornness, then the people who you're targeting the satire at are going to, rightfully so, refer to it as a straw man, and it's not going to work.
Yeah.
And no one is going to connect the thing you're targeting and the thing you want them to connect it to.
So okay, so think of it like this, right? I'm not talking. So when like, as these people, I'm not talking to you in particular when I make this particular propaganda. I'm saying me in the position of the person who's making the propaganda. I'm
Yeah.
talking to people who already agree with me, right? And
Yeah.
people who are who don't know, who are quote unquote normies for the sake of the argument. That's the position. That's the point. The point
Yeah.
is the point is to appeal to people who are unaware and to preach to acquire, basically.
Yeah, but even the people who are unaware are usually capable of spotting that you're strawmanning someone.
That does happen. Yes, that is risky.
And therein lies again my proposed double-edged sword of accurately portray your enemies, and you're going to find anyone who would be sympathetic to your enemies being sympathetic to your character. But inaccurately portray your enemies, and it won't hit because you're not actually addressing anything substantive.
I mean,
You're strawmanning.
that is the risk that you take when doing that strategy. Yes, I agree with you.
You know?
Yeah, moving on.
Ron Moore said he will always love and adore comics. He has no plans to return to the medium. I'm definitely done with comics, he told The Guardian. I haven't written one for getting on for 5 years. I will always love and adore the comics medium, but the comics industry and all the stuff attached to it just became unbearable.
Alan, you do know that the medium and the industry are sort of inextricably linked, right? He's now reminding me of the people who say, I like comics except cave shit. And then you look at them sideways and it's like, you do know that like 70% of comics is either cape shit or at least rooted in the same ethos as cape shit. Because at that point you're basically dealing with hipsters. If you remove all of the cape shit or pseudo cape shit from comics, you essentially are left with nothing but the outliers. And if you only like the outliers, then I think it's meaningful at that point to say that you don't like the medium at that point. If you only like the atypical examples of the medium, then you don't really like the medium.
Pretty much, yeah. Like, I guess it's the idea that, like, so I always found it funny that there are people who have this massive hate because there are people who have this massive hatred for cape shit, and they say that it ruined comics, and I always find that funny because it's
It
like,
created comics, you assholes. What the fuck are you
seriously,
on?
Cape shit had there's a reason why cape shit's always been like so popular within like comics as a medium.
That's like saying Jules Verne ruined sci-fi. Like, no matter what, or rather maybe that's a bad analogy. It's like saying H.G. Wells ruined sci-fi, and only things like Jules Verne or pre-Jules Verne is good sci-fi. And it's like, well, you do know that like 90% of what qualifies as sci-fi as both a genre and a medium have some debt to pay with regards to H.G. Wells. So
I have two questions. Who's Jules Verne and who's H.G. Wells?
you cannot possibly be that illiterate.
Brainstormer is
I'm
literally.
obviously talking with you guys.
Yeah, I was gonna say you are trolling, sir, or our friendship might be over. Actually,
Okay, so I was going to defend you. I was going to say Brainstormer is literally a fetus, so I'm not really surprised.
okay, but
to be completely fair, I don't think I've read anything from Jules Verne. I believe I may have seen some adaptations of his work. I have read some H.G. Wells stuff, but it was more of a child, like a more.
was it Great Illustrated Classics?
Yes, specifically 2000.
Yeah, because I remember when I was like 10 or 11, I tore through every Great Illustrated Classic I could get my hands on.
Yeah, I read Wizard of Oz. That one too.
I always forget Dalton is like 27. I always think you're like 23 for some reason.
Actually,
Yeah, well, I think what it is when we met, that's how young that was actually my age, and you just don't. It doesn't click in your head that time is passing. Maybe.
Oh my god, I met you when you were 23?
I wait 20.
God, I'm like
We met in like 2017, right? So I'm 27 now. How many years are there between 2022 and 2017?
God, I'm like a groomer.
it's 5 years.
What's
So yeah, I was like I was either like 21 or 22 when we met then, because my birthday is in July, so the year transition is always weird.
God, when I was in God, like Brainstormer wasn't even alive at some point in my life. Holy shit.
Yeah, he was born in '99.
Fun fact:
I was 4 when he was born.
my birthday is Wednesday. If anyone's interested.
Yeah,
What,
he will be 23 come Wednesday.
What do you want?
What?
Oh yeah, what do you want?
I have a list actually. I made it during October.
You should add a new computer to the list.
I do not have the money for that. Okay.
Okay, no, but that's why you add it to a gift list.
I don't want to read this list because you guys are gonna make fun of me. Like,
I'm not gonna make fun of you.
socks and a pea coat. That's on my birthday list. Okay.
You want socks and a pea coat?
My socks keep disappearing for some fucking reason.
Are you British?
Also, I need the coat for winter. Okay.
What are you, like, British? What do you mean?
He doesn't often, like, his desires are very unambitious.
Yeah, pretty much.
And
also a pea coat.
There's a level at which I can appreciate, like, I can respect that and even admire that to some degree. But at the same time, as your friend, it also
like
makes me
sad. In the 1920s or something.
It also makes me sad because I've always viewed like holidays and or birthdays as an excuse to like pamper someone that I care about or myself. So like the thing with your desires is it doesn't give me an opportunity to pamper you, and that bothers me, I guess.
Like, nigga, you sound like a fucking peasant from the 1910s. What do you mean you want a pea coat?
Yeah, like I would say more akin to like Great Depression era, but yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm not a guy. There isn't anything that's come out this year that's grabbed my attention that I want to buy.
You want Scorn?
I'll be honest, I've stopped playing video games for like the last decade.
Well, okay, but even in the bare bonesest of things you find acceptable to want, as I mentioned to you earlier, your computer your computer is from 2009. It is acceptable for you to ask for a new computer, either on your birthday list or on your Christmas
Considering
list.
just,
So.
I'm considering just waiting until Christmas time. That might be easier.
Okay, you see that seems acceptable to me because that is something that I imagine is difficult for you. The fact that your birthday and Christmas are so close together.
Not
But-
really.
One second. I do talk to Nerd Wonder and Switch all the time. Actually, they're in my private server, which Dalton leaves for some reason. I don't know why. But yes,
because whenever I say anything, it becomes open season on everyone crap on Dalton, and I just
okay,
my tolerance for it is very limited.
this is how we believe it or not, Brainstormer. This is how I met Dalton. We have there's another. I have a friend named Switch, and Dalton.
I know who that is.
Okay, so there was a time when like this guy named Englentine, right? He made he podcasts. He does like streams regularly.
Yeah, I know who Argentine is too.
Okay, so basically, I came on a stream once, and Dalton got out of some like 6-hour argument with Switch and a bunch of people in his server. And he refuses to talk about it because it really makes him angry.
The thing with Switch is I don't necessarily hold it against him because I genuinely don't think he does. Like he's not an asshole for vindictive reasons or for I'm better than everyone reasons, but he never seems to ever realize that he has ever done anything wrong. And so when I end up apologizing to him for when I get too heated in our arguments, because after a certain point, I do get too heated in our arguments. But whenever I end up making the first move to apologize for getting in bullshit arguments with him, he never seems to admit that he has ever done anything wrong. And what's more, even if I can extract an apology from him, he'll go ahead and do the same shit again in 5 minutes, and then it becomes and what the other thing is, whenever Switch and I are in an argument and anyone else is around, for some reason, I end up being the one lone dissenting voice in a room full of people who agree on shit, and then it ends up making me feel like I'm worthless because if I'm the only person arguing a contrary position in a room and everyone else is like vehemently on the opposite side, it just sort of becomes like, well, either I'm right and everyone else is wrong, but it becomes hard to push up the hill, like Sisyphus, or I must be doing something wrong here, but none of their arguments are making sense to me, and they're not even making an attempt to make them make sense. So either I'm wrong and therefore I need to figure it out on my own time, or I'm right and everyone else is just ganging up on me for no good reason.
What I hear you. So what's funny about that, right, is there was another argument that he had with another guy named Quill about Doctor.
Oh yeah, I remember Quill.
Doctor Brainstormer. 3 hours they got into an argument over Doctor Strange, bro. Dalton was so angry when he came into the call with Englentine and I. Like, he refused to talk to it, and Englentine had to like pry it out of him. That's how angry he was about this Doctor Strange argument.
So there are two possible arguments that he might be referring to here. The first argument was someone.
Chrono, wait 1 second. Chrono, send me your Discord because I remember you.
Yeah,
I'm just like distracted by like something, and I'm distracted by something in front of me and Dalton. But I remember you, Chrono. Send me your Discord so I can add you to the server.
But there are two possible arguments to which they might be referring. The first argument was someone got it in their head that it would be a good idea for Mysterio to be Sorcerer Supreme, and that might be the argument he's referring to. Or it might be the argument we got into of who would win in a fight, Doctor Strange or Dr. Fate. And I was coming at it from the position of, based on in-universe logic and the character's actual consistent feats, that would determine what the answer was. And Switch comes to it from the perspective of the in-universe logic doesn't matter at all because it just is dependent on what the writer wants to do that day. And my response to that was, fuck what the writer wants to do. If the writer isn't operating within the in-universe logic of the story, then their desires are moot. And he would not even begin to broach the idea that the in-universe logic and the in-universe established canon of the respective universes mattered more than what my writer wants to do that day.
Right. Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of nip that in the bud here, because I do want us to cover the more end on a positive note. I always like to end on a positive note because we always cover shit.
I want to tell Brainstormer more like insane stories with Dalton. Like Dalton and I have been through a lot.
We have. Please try not to open old wounds like right as we're about to get to the positive episode of this particular live stream.
That's unfortunate. Thunderdome was crazy though.
I like doing Thunderdomes. I really did.
Wait,
And
is your name Spider-Man fan, or are you just fucking with me? Because I'm trying to get Chrono's Discord information, but I have no idea what his Discord is. 'Cause I don't remember.
Chrono constantly changes his accounts. Is the thing. He has like 5 or 6 different alternate accounts.
Let me go onto the server. Is he on the server? I can add him. I can send him an invite through the server.
Yeah, he's on our server, so you should just be able to find him in there.
Also, also because Don't Interrupt bitched at me last week, I now have a permanent link to the Discord in the description.
Yes.
Okay, so you updated the link so that it won't expire. That makes
John Wick trailer. John Wick Chapter 4. Oh yeah, this movie.
Don't sound too excited.
With Spider-Man.
Wait, I thought you wanted to move the John Wick one and do the Del Toro one.
Yeah, I was moving that one to next week because we had the first 3 ones. But since we're moving the James Cameron article next week, I figured we'd cover these two, the two trailers.
Okay, that's fine. We can do both. Yep.
I'm fine with whatever y'all want to do. Really,
Brainstormer usually handles the positive end of the stream topics, and I handle the cringe part of the.
I have positive things we can talk about. Does anybody want to hear my positive things?
I am scared on what you can say.
I am a bit scared because I remember this one time we let Nerd Wonder on the stream, and she started talking about random shit because I swear to God she was high when she visited our stream, and she just completely derailed everything we were going to talk about in the course of being high.
Nerd likes to jump on and just talk about whatever pops into her head, basically.
Yeah, she's cool.
My problem with her that day was, apart from the fact that I'm 90% sure she was high that day, she kept shitting on all the topics we had prearranged to cover. Like we would get like 5 seconds into a topic, and she would just go, "This is really stupid. Why are we talking about this?" And it's like because we're doing a news roundup stream, like we do literally ever since we started doing the show.
Oh yeah, I need to talk to Mr. E so we can talk about Wakanda Forever.
I haven't seen that yet.
It represents you and me.
Okay, so I brought this up a couple times when we've talked about it, like the trailers and stuff regarding Namor. Actually, that doesn't sound bad, to be honest.
Yeah, no, they Latinized his name because of Mayan ancestry now, which I'm fine with.
Yeah.
I'm
It's-
less fine with I'm less fine with how they translated it, because apparently his name in the MCU translates in English as the boy without love, which is the single stupidest thing I've
The
heard
boy
since
without
the Lone
love.
Ranger rendition of what Kigosami means.
What is he? Fucking MCU Moon Knight?
Oh, I found Crown.
Badum Ching.
But what I was gonna say about that, like the general impression I have of Namor, speaking as a Latino, not a Latinx, whoever the fuck thought
Oh
that
my
was.
god.
God, can we talk about the Latinx thing for a second here?
It's so fucking dumb. I'm like,
Yeah.
This is my ultimate why Latinx doesn't make any goddamn sense to me. Like Latin, like the Spanish language already has feminine gender, masculine gender, and neutral gender. The O or the A in Latina or Latino is to denote gender. So if you want to divest it of gender, the word you're going for is Latin, just Latin. No O, no A, no X, no nothing. You can just call them Latin people, like Latin America,
right.
and it would be entirely gender neutral without making a mockery of everything we've previously understood about language for the last several thousand years.
Fucking white people.
No offense, Dalton.
Here we go. Oh yeah, we're brainstorming. Here we go.
Right. What was I? Okay.
Latinx thing.
No, the regarding Namor.
Oh, like let's watch this John Wick trailer here since we gotta go.
Right. Yeah. I'll talk about it later then. Probably have more to say when I see the actual movie.
Yeah, I'll say, as probably the only person here who's seen Wakanda Forever so far, I thought it was better than the first one. I didn't think it was as good as Multiverse of Madness. But it didn't hurt me. And
It didn't hurt me.
And well, to be fair, they were using it as a vehicle to introduce Riri Williams, so there are many ways it could have easily hurt me.
I'm told by this random black woman on the internet that you're too white to watch Wakanda Forever.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Did you give your ticket to a black boy, Dalton?
Bitch, I'm crippled, I'm gay, and I'm a religious minority. I have enough minority cards to trump you. I have more minority cards in my hand than you, so shut the fuck up.
You know what's funny? Like, one of my favorite characters in fiction, in the last decade or so,
is gay and crippled.
Is gay and black.
So I'm your favorite character in fiction.
No, it's Captain Raymond Holt from Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Oh, I like him. He's cool.
Yeah, he's really fun. It's weird because it's not weird, but it's funny because the actor is actually straight, but I was almost convinced that he was gay.
He was kind of fruity.
No, just because of how well he portrayed that character. You know, it just seems supernatural.
Yeah. Anyway.
But yeah,
we've gotten so far afield. On to John Wick.
Oh wait! I wanted. Speaking of the Latinx thing, wait. So somebody on Twitter made a comment that I thought was pretty funny. Like someone had they them in their about me, and this trans chick was like, people them is people who put they them is basically someone who has no personality. It's like a substitution for a personality, and that shit made me fucking holy shit.
I mean I get the joke. I'm less anal retentive about they them because like they them at least makes linguistic sense. It's when they make up other pronouns that I start like they them is where I draw the line. I will allow for like non-binary or gender neutral, but anything that involves a pronoun that you made up 5 minutes ago is where I draw the line.
I
Yeah.
like. I don't
Anyway,
know.
John Wick Chapter 4.
I feel like wait, what? 1 second. I feel like they them is like the equivalent of straight people who call themselves queer. It's just making up for having a boring
I'm sorry.
personality.
You know what? I wanted to ask, but I don't want to know because it's going to drag out time.
Ask the question anyway.
There are straight people who call themselves queer. See,
Yeah.
Honestly, you know what? I'm not surprised by that. I've met a lot of really gay straight people.
Really gay.
I know exactly what you mean. The people
Ironically, it's Starbucks mostly.
the people you would swear up and down are somewhere else on the Kinsey scale because of how flamboyant they're acting.
Yeah, like
Dalton is probably the straightest gay man you will ever meet.
what about you?
I mean, not for nothing. I do. There are
I mean,
ways in
he
which I
dresses
do
like
kind of
a character
embrace
from a musical, but he is very straight otherwise.
there are ways in which I do kind of embrace the gay stereotypes to some degree. Like I love opera and ballet and show tunes and like fine art and stuff.
Yeah,
I'm just
you're an old soul.
I'm just not super. Thanks for asking.
Every time he does that, I wanna shoot myself.
You and me both. We're gonna have to institute some kind of suicide pact for that thing.
You like show tunes? What?
Yes.
That is Jesus. That is gay.
Show tunes.
Alexa, shut up.
What the fuck is show
There we
tunes? No, fucking show tunes. Show tunes. Have you ever listened to show tunes?
Show tunes? Really?
No, I'm
What do you
just
like?
honestly, I have a very wide variety of taste when it comes to music. Like I've listened to metal, rock, jazz, rap. You know, anything that sounds good, really.
All right, I'll give you that. I mean, Dalton dresses like a character from a musical, so I guess like he might as well like show tunes.
I'll be honest, not a big fan of musicals, unless it's like really unconventional musicals, like The Devil's Carnival or Repo, the Genetic Opera.
They made there's an Evil Dead. There's like an Evil Dead musical apparently.
Really?
Yes.
Do you guys know that?
Fucking
Do you guys know there's a Death Note musical?
Oh yeah, I was aware of that. I have actually heard like one song from that.
I think I sent it to you a long time ago.
I think you might have, yeah. Anyway. Polka. Who listens to what the Ed? What the fuck?
Polka will never die. This is established.
It should.
No, it should not. Polka will never die.
Polka? Really?
Anyway.
Either of you will get that if and when you read the Dresden Files.
Oh! I got that. I got that reference.
Read the Dresden Files, and then you will understand why Polka must never die.
I got that reference. The fucking dress. Yeah, I also saw the fucking TV show for that. It was really terrible, but I watched it.
Oh god, let's not even.
Okay.
You have reminded me that the TV show exists, and now you owe me fucking restitution for reminding me that show exists. That show is terrible.
Anyway, I think we put this offline now.
All right, let's go.
Yep. Banana.
Thanks.
Saying goodbyes?
Saying hello.
You think your wife can hear you?
No,
Why bother?
maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, so I'll be honest, I'm a big fan of like John Wick and like movies that are kind of similar to it. Maybe I like the guys who who work on these movies. Like, big fan of Bullet Train, Nobody,
Have you seen
similar ones I can't remember.
have you seen Old Boy or what's that one? Have you seen
I've seen a bit of it. Are you talking the classic one, like the is Japanese Chinese?
Yeah. The old Japanese one. Yeah, have you seen that?
Yeah, I've seen a bit of it like a long time ago, but I never like sat down and watched the whole thing. I'm aware that there is a really bad American remake of it
Oh God, it's yeesh.
that has
But
Josh
that's-
Brolin as the main character.
Uh-huh. But the thing I like about John Wick is, despite the fact that it's like the most normie street level action movie possible, it has an amazing like color palette that not even many weird movies have. They use color and aesthetics really well, and it helps me get past the like normie aspect of it.
Alright, let me see. The Raid. There we go. Have you seen The Raid?
Yeah, I've seen the Raid.
Have you
Raid
seen
Raid 2 is better though, I think.
Have you seen yes, because the Raid 2 has Hammer Girl and Batman.
No, Batman.
Doesn't it also
isn't it?
have doesn't it also have the hobo with the shotgun?
Yes. Hammer
Mad
Girl-
Dog. Mad Dog is the actor's name. And
Alright,
don't just
fucking
kidding.
brainstormer, you would love Hammer Girl. So basically
Oh no, I've seen the movie. I know what you're talking about.
okay. I love Hammer Girl.
I'm not surprised.
He kills both of them at the same time.
I don't know what happened. My phone just completely and utterly glitched for a second there.
But the thing I like about these certain movies that are made by guys who have like stunt coordinators, guys who know what they're doing in the industry. Which it's like one of those things in the film industry that I think they're really underappreciated. Like stunt performers and stuff like that. Because I'm a guy who likes to work behind the scenes of a camera and stuff. So
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense that it would appeal to you.
yeah,
I really wish Chad Stahelski would get somebody from Marvel would call Chad Stahelski so we get him on one of the Marvel movies. I'd actually like to see him and his co-director on the first John Wick, whose name I can't remember. Chad Stahelski and David Leitch. There we go. I really wish they would replace the Russo brothers as kind of the go-tos for like the big Marvel crossovers, because they could do really well with that, I think.
But just like the effort, like to make it all unique and just give it like this, like they give it just this air of freshness. Like even though like what Dolan said, like yeah, it's very street level.
But they put a lot of extras in that make it enjoyable. There's kind of a pulpiness to it that I like.
But they just give it this more grander and epic feeling. Like they always give the illusion that there's greater and get these days,
Also,
just,
I
like,
really like
fun.
Yeah, I also really like the like hospitality politicking aspect of it. Like the like old world like bargaining sort of honor among thieves thing, like with the Continental or with the very like extracting various favors from people aspect of John Wick.
And it doesn't surprise me you would like that.
I like hospitality politicking. Dragon Turtle can confirm this. My favorite aspect of the Dresden Files is what they do with the fairies.
Anyway, shall we?
Yeah. Anyway, banana.
Hammock.
No.
I'm going to die.
Maybe not.
Goodbye to you,
Okay.
my trusted friend.
I can't take this dude he's talking to
A
serious.
new day is dawning. New ideas, new rules, new management.
We've known each other since we were 9 or 10.
What'd you say, Krupp?
I just couldn't take the guy he was talking to seriously. I don't know what it is about him. I just can't take him. Hot girls are waiting here. Hot girls are
What the
waiting
fuck?
here.
Okay,
Hot
it's gotta
girls
be a
are
song.
in fact waiting here. I like how they change the emotes like every time they say hot girls are waiting here.
What?
Yeah, there's a bot. Is that
Aren't you,
is that
aren't you excited about the hot girls waiting for us, Dalton?
No.
yeah, I think that's a bot, right?
Yeah, it seems like a bot.
You know what?
So here's a question. I don't know if it was addressed by Alan Moore directly. What exactly? And this goes back to what we're talking about. I was just curious as to what exactly his issue with the idea of a superhero was. Is it just the idealism, or is it the entirety of what makes a superhero?
He's talked about it before, and he's implied that like the idea of a person with a superior person or a person with inordinate power is very fascist as well, because strongman dictator.
So I can't even. So just to break it down, you basically can't have superpowers of any kind because that makes you like an Ubermensch or something.
Yeah, because the idea, and I've seen this in like Antifa circles too, is if we have any hierarchy or any degree of like individualism, then the natural end result of that will be a strongman dictator. Therefore, the only way to properly counter fascism is not with liberal individualism, because that will ultimately just lead back to fascism.
Okay.
It
Yeah.
it's
Right.
we have to decentralize all individuals from the spotlight whatsoever, and we have to get rid of any sort of dominant hierarchies at all.
Oh yeah,
Because
collectivism.
only in a world with no individuals and no meritocracy or hierarchy at all will we ever be truly free of fascism.
All right, collectivism versus individuality. All right, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Okay, never mind. I was just curious.
Right. What'd you say earlier during the trailer, Corrupt?
I just couldn't take the guy. You know the guy with the glasses who was talking to say that again?
Donnie Yen.
Donnie Yen. I just
Donnie
couldn't
Yen.
take him seriously. Like this, I just couldn't take him seriously talking to John Wick. I don't know why I couldn't take that scene seriously. That's just a personal thing of mine.
You might actually be racist,
A little bit.
unironically.
I don't know why I couldn't take him seriously. I just couldn't. I don't know. It's just him as a person.
Donnie Yen is Ip Man, which means he can probably kick your ass immensely.
That's
So.
fine. That's fine. Like a strong a bodybuilder dressed as a clown could kick my ass. It doesn't mean I'm going to take them seriously.
You might want to in that case, Corrupt.
To be fair, bodybuilders aren't actually that strong.
Yeah, that's the big problem with bodybuilders is their bodies are literally mostly for show. I mean, there is some strength there, obviously, but compared to like strongmen and powerlifters, it's the difference between something built for aesthetics versus something built for functionality.
I will push back a bit. I don't really see how it makes me racist because I can't take one singular individual seriously.
Because Donnie Yen is inherently otherwise take seriously a bull.
So because I can't take one person seriously, I can't take the entirety of an
I
entire.
was joking. I was deadpanning you.
Are you sure? Because I've read what Alan Moore said, and I think I don't know. People say crazy shit.
I don't have anything to say. Again, I just like how it looks. It seems really cool.
Yeah, again, the thing I like about the John Wick franchise is, unlike a lot of like sort of B action franchises, they're not like getting worse as they go along. 'Cause there was a lot of, especially in like the 80s and 90s, there were a lot of action franchises that had like one really good movie at first, and then they just sped off into like direct to video territory eventually. And
Huh.
I like that John Wick isn't doing that. It seems to be like the quality seems to be fairly consistent, which is impressive considering that they're all, even the spin-off like Bullet Train and Nobody, directed by basically one or the other of these two guys, Chad Stahelski or David
Wait,
Leitch.
Bullet Train. Wait, this has spin-offs, really?
Well,
Yeah,
not
well,
action, not spin-offs. In,
spin-offs in style. Like they literally created an entire studio just to make like John Wick like movies.
Oh,
Like-
okay. I thought they were
like-
actually connected to the universe. Never mind.
I wish, but no.
I want there to be a Nobody versus John Wick movie. Someone make that.
I didn't. I don't know. I have mixed feelings about Nobody.
Okay.
Here, so
Why do you have mixed feelings on Nobody in comparison to John Wick?
I'll talk about it later since we have like little time. We don't have much time left.
Yep, banana.
Who is this? The Marquis de Gramont. Challenge him to single combat. Win or lose. So way out. I don't sit at the table. Your family does.
Please pray for me.
Okay, I'm glad Ian McShane is back. I'm glad Ian McShane is back, but I'm not. I refuse to stop holding the Hellboy remake against him because that was some bullshit.
I will say I do like this entire universe that John Wick has created. It's a great escape from this reality.
Like, am I the only one who seriously just wants to spend like a night or a weekend in the Continental? The Continental is just the most awesome of awesome hotels.
Could you imagine?
There's echo.
There is a bit of an echo. Let me mute and see if it's on my end.
Testing. It doesn't appear to be.
I'm not getting any echo on my end.
All right, I think it's when you play the video. I'm gonna mute and you can play the video, Brainstormer, and then we'll see if there's an echo.
Okay.
Play the video so that we can determine.
Oh, no, yeah. Rancho says in the video. It's okay.
Okay.
Oh, the video itself is echoing. Okay, never mind. There's not much we can do there. That just means there's a delay between the Brainstormer's actual computer and StreamYard. But in any case, yes, I want to get like a suitcase full of the gold hospitality tokens and just take them to the Continental and just spend a weekend at the Continental because the Continental is awesome.
Dragon Turtle. You know what? Dragon Turtle? Fuck Nobody. There you go. No, there you go.
I still am confused as to what the major difference between Nobody and John Wick is that makes you not like Nobody but like John Wick. But
to be fair, Nobody's more of an action comedy.
I mean, yeah, but it's not like there's no comedy in the John Wick movies.
No, that's not what I meant. It's like, well, we'll wait until after the trailer and then we can talk about it.
Anyway, banana.
I don't know.
Man has to look his best when it's time to get married. Or buried. I'm going to need it.
Except for you, Dragon
But
Turtle.
my friend, it's hard to
I'll also say this: it's cool because like they never try to recreate old stunts. Always try to do something new.
They're always moving things forward and figuring out, okay, what's the next largest thing? What's the next domino we can knock over, kind of. How much more badass can we make John Wick and still not strain the threads of plausibility? I will say I do wish we had seen more of Lawrence Fishburne's Bowery character, because I had thought kind of between the way the last movie ended that this would kind of be almost a two-man show between the Bowery and John, like on the lam from the table. Yeah. But I guess Winston, aka Ian McShane, is back, and presumably we're going to see the badass concierge of the Continental again. I want to spend a weekend in the Continental. It is awesome.
I just like the fact that it's what's interesting about John Wick is that it's like this very loose interpretation of our reality, where I mean, there's basically the trappings of like the world we live in now, but look at where he is now. Look at all of the weird shit that happens. There's like an assassin's guild. Like it's so much more interesting.
Right.
It's such an interesting world.
Yeah, and again, the medieval style hospitality politicking is one thing I really love about the John Wick. That, and I'm sorry, most of Hollywood, but for all of your bougie shit, Hollywood in general just seems to not like portraying luxury anymore, and I hate it. Like, if you're going to be this bunch of bougie aristocratic cunts, can you at least show us the good parts of being a bougie aristocratic cunt? Because luxury is nice.
Oh, when you say they don't like portraying like luxury, like are there any movies in particular you can think of, or just
just in general, like movies don't seem to like showing luxury or like quality anymore, or prestige anymore, and
I can see that, yeah.
it's almost like a self-hating thing. Like they view it as their responsibility to not show off their wealth, even though they are equal. Like that's the ultimate thing that bothers me, is the hypocrisy of it. They are in the privacy of their own homes and or like social circles, bougieing it up. We all know this. It is known, and yet they won't share any of that bougie lifestyle with we plebs, because they have a fucked up moral / socio-political thing of like, we can't actually act like we're bougie aristocrats even though we are. And it's just like, no, I would rather deal with aristocrats who know they're aristocrats and who are unashamed of being aristocrats than these like half-assed like self-hating aristocrats. The aristocrats who will use their wealth and opulence to basically talk about how capitalism is bad and how luxury is shameful.
It's kind of the fact that one, they're trapped in this ideological bubble, and two, they just have this disconnect with the rest, with just the quote unquote common man,
Yeah, they don't understand that there is actually value to the things they have. It is almost what it is. And that's part of the reason why I really like the kind of old world hospitality politicking of John Wick. Like I think it's the second movie when he goes to assassinate is it Ivana? That's
Ivana Antonio.
Thank you.
A lot.
When he goes to assassinate her, and he goes to this like specialist who is like a designer, but he's also like a weapons. It's like a mixture between like a sommelier, a fashion designer, and a weapons expert. and like they frame weaponry in terms of like luxury and vice versa.
Fun.
So he gets this like specialty suit that's tricked out to the nines with all this weapon shit, and you can literally see the like craftsmanship on display, and they're also talking about it. I miss that aspect of, especially like the Bond movies back when the Bond movies weren't as self-serious and would actually embrace their pulpy roots. I think that's the ultimate end of it is John Wick is now what James Bond is supposed to be, but James Bond is too busy trying to be Jason Bourne.
It's like I guess it's a part of this whole exterior of like quote unquote gritty realism that Hollywood's been trapped in for fucking ever now.
Mm-hmm.
Where everything has to be where you can't have anything fancy or elaborate or idealistic or
Yeah,
interesting.
and if you do, you're immoral for having it, basically.
Pretty much, yeah. Everything has to be sort of has to be gritty, has to be gritty realism, and it has to be more or less quote unquote for everyone. Like if it doesn't reflect your real life experience, then it's not something they want to have in the movie.
But that's the fucked up thing is so many. I know for me, like I prefer movies that can inspire me or give me something to aspire to. Like with the luxury thing, it's one of the reasons why, and I know Corrupt takes the piss out of me whenever I mention it. It's one of the reasons why I have an immeasurable amount of respect for the character of Dr. Hannibal Lecter, because he has a sense of taste, and he's not afraid of engaging intellectually with that sense of taste, and he's not like he is every inch the old world aristocrat, and he's not ashamed to sort of flaunt it isn't the right word, but engage with it. Like luxury is good kind of for its own sake is the approach that I miss, because that's the thing. There is another aspect of Hollywood culture that will allow for luxury as long as it can be tied to something else, as long as it can be a means to an end. But they are like anal retentively against the idea that things are valuable for their own sake rather than for some other reason. And I miss that.
Uh,
Anyway, Banana.
this looks fun. Look at this. He's in the middle of nowhere on a horse. It's awesome.
Yeah, John Wick riding a horse is interesting, if nothing else. Though again, I do hope there's more hospitality politicking. But I mean, we've seen Winston, which means the Continental's probably going to make a comeback. So I'm going to get my hospitality politicking one way or the other. Anyway, Banana.
No.
If you win, the table will honor its word. You'll have your freedom.
Under the old laws, only one can survive. Failure to meet at sunrise will result in execution.
And again, that kind of like old world sort of mafia honor among thieves thing they have going. I really love that whole like we have rules and honor that we must abide by, and if we don't, then there's no difference between us and the savages, sort of thing.
Even though they're legitimately just contract killers.
Like we're killing, but there's a refinement to it. There's a higher standard to it that we aspire to.
Dalton, what is your favorite? What is your what is your favorite clan in Vampire the Masquerade?
I don't know enough about Vampire the Masquerade to have an opinion one way or the other. Actually, that's a setting I haven't really gotten into.
Because knowing Dalton, I have a pretty good idea.
I'm sure if you can imagine one that I would like, you're probably not far off. But like I say, I I just barely like 6 months ago got into Warhammer, so I'm kind of behind on the settings thing. Like I need to get into. My biggest problem is Vampire the Masquerade was insanely popular around the whole Twilight-esque vampire craze, and it put me off of it. So I'm gonna have to at some point go through and get into Vampire the Masquerade.
I think you would like VTM.
I have a familiarity somewhat because I've seen stuff about it, like watched trailers. I actually tried to watch a whole playlist of lore, but those videos are like super fucking long.
Yeah, they can be, yeah.
But I actually got into I don't know if you know who this is, but Bruva Alphabusa, corrupt?
Tabula Rasa, is that what you said?
No, Bruva Alphabusa. He about a couple years ago they did. It's a YouTube channel. They did a Warhammer parody series called "What If the Emperor Had a Text-to-Speech Device?"
Yeah.
But because of the game,
the Emperor's Text-to-Speech. I'm familiar with that. They continued that with Parent the Hunting.
Hunter the Parenting.
Hunter the Parenting, thank you.
Which is based off of Vampire the Masquerade stuff.
Ed, you joke about Dr. Lecter being classy because of his like wine and food pairings, but that was one of the genius parts of the Hannibal TV show that I really, really loved, was they focused a lot on Dr. Lecter's sort of culinary expertise. And I literally own the Hannibal cookbook.
What's really weird about like Hannibal Lecter is like how much tons of fetish like fan art he has. Where he's like,
I'm assuming more so of Mads Mikkelsen, Hannibal Lecter.
No, there's plenty of both Hannibals in the fan art department.
Like a lot of
because everybody can to some degree see themselves in Clarice Starling, is why that.
I would say personally, I would say there's like vastly more of the younger Hannibal for obvious reasons. Obviously.
Well, there's that, and there's also the fact of the relationship between, because they kind of took the dynamic of Hannibal and Clarice and kind of combined it with the dynamic of Hannibal and Will Graham for the Hannibal TV show. There's a lot of and it was partially intentional, partially not. There's a lot of homoeroticism in the relationship between Hannibal and Will in the TV show version, because they blurred the lines between a very intimate and close friendship and a romantic relationship, because, like I say, they took the dynamic of Clarice and Hannibal and combined it with the dynamic between Will and Hannibal.
There is a Nosferatu clan.
Yeah, I feel it.
But I disagree that that Nosferatu should be the only interpretation of vampires. I do disagree with that, though.
Honestly, I think that would be kind of a vampire. I would be.
A Nosferatu?
Probably, yeah.
Let me see. What is the clan that don't reminds me of? Because they are the
sophisticated, bougie, aristocratic, uppity.
Yeah, they are the sophisticated. They are the sophisticate, the aristocrat, the bougie, if you want to call it that. Yeah.
Also, probably cunts. No offense, Dalton.
None taken. I am well aware that I am an ass.
True. That might be them. Let me see.
To quote Dogberry from Shakespeare, though it be not written down, forget not that I am an ass.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, like I don't know.
Let me see. That might be. Let's see. Oh, you can go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, that is the Ventrue. Yeah, that's them. Yeah, the ruling class, the nobility, aristocracy, company CEO. Yeah, that's Dalton.
The posh vampires.
The posh vampires. That is Dalton.
Yeah.
The ruling class, the nobility, company CEO, shit like that. That's basically Dalton. If you were a vampire. Vampire the
Thank
Masquerade.
you.
That would be it.
To be fair,
Thank you.
I might actually be a werewolf. From what I remember of the lore of werewolves.
Yeah, no, that fits you. That does seem to fit you.
Oh, shit.
I couldn't really see you as a vampire.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't like the sight of blood. I don't think I could like drinking it. And
There we go. I don't know how I got kicked out.
Yeah, my phone did that to me earlier. I don't know how I got kicked out either. Anyway, banana.
no.
Alright.
Last words, Winston. Just
Just
have
have
fun
fun
out
out
there. I want you to find.
Yeah, this just looks fun. Like I can't really say anything else. Just
Yeah, honestly, as long as they keep the quality consistent, I'm fine with John Wick continuing to be a thing until Keanu Reeves dies, basically.
No, I can see that. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I can see that.
yeah,
Because he really loves playing this character, and everybody loves seeing him play the character. So why the fuck not? Like, if he wants to play the character, everybody wants to see him play the character. Let this be for him in this decade what Neo was for him in the last one. Basically, is what I'm saying.
the Underworld, like the movie Underworld Vampires, Blue Blood.
I really hated the Underworld series.
Oh, I did. I despised the Underworld. I despised Underworld. It was so lame.
I am on the fence about it.
Also, the
Mainly because
Tard. Go ahead, Wordstorm.
I was just gonna say, like, mainly because again, it's like that whole thing of like it's a good concept. I just don't think they executed it.
They didn't. No, that is precisely it. It's a very interesting concept, but I don't know if it's they didn't have the resources to adapt it properly, or they just didn't want to. But they did not even attempt to create anything resembling like a larger world or more. Like, it literally was a movie series that existed just so 90s kids could be edgy.
But,
oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Wordstorm.
Also, and this is like one of the very few times I've ever actually acted like a teenage boy, or like a puberty-stricken kid. Celine was fucking hot. I'm not gonna.
She can get the dick, seriously.
I can't weigh in one way or the other on that, to be honest with you.
Let me see. Let's see. Her boyfriend was hot, but she was sexy too. Oh my god, she can.
Yeah.
Yes.
Also,
Maybe it's just been a while since I've watched the Underworld movies, but I don't remember finding any of them particularly sexy.
Like
well, you have weird taste, Dalton. So
they all look. I get it to some degree with the vampires, because vampires are supposed to be like the noble monster. So them being kind of fey and aristocratic looking and skinny makes sense. But even the Lycans weren't particularly muscular or big either. Really.
No, the Lycans. So the Lycans in general were presented as bigger and like dirtier. Like, you would like the Lycans because they were presented as much more grittier and dirtier and larger.
Yeah,
and
they're the beast monsters. But from what little I remember of the Underworld series, I thought they were kind of smallish for what they were supposed to be.
So what you may be thinking of is the Abomination guy, who was like part
Happy.
who became like half vampire and half Lycan. He was a small dude, but in general, the Lycans were pretty thuggish looking, if you want to say anything about that.
Right. I will also say this: I like the aesthetic of it. I don't know why. It looks cool to me.
I mean, it like Underworld to me looked basically Underworld was pretty much like interchangeable from any other
A
supernatural.
product of its time.
Yeah, it was basically interchangeable from any other like modern supernatural type of show.
For
Like
for
True
for a
Blood.
while there, like pretty people in leather was just the aesthetic for like supernatural action movies. Like the Matrix did it. Underworld did it. I think Resident Evil did it. Yeah, pretty people in leather was just like the aesthetic during like the 90s and 2000s.
I'm sorry, I zoned out after Pretty People in Leather.
Wait, say that again. Go ahead. What did you say, Brent?
He's mocking me.
Why does Dalton hate pretty people? That's my question.
It's not. It's that most of what people consider to be pretty is very like surface level and frail looking to me.
I mean, but what you like is surface level. It's surface level 2, though.
What I mean is I guess I'm more attracted to like functionality looking.
I mean, well, maybe, but I could say the same for you as someone who knows your taste. You like ugly fat people. Like, I mean, I could basically throw the same shit at you.
I mean fat, no.
You like
That's-
okay, fine. You like ugly, stocky people. Then, like, I could say the same thing about you, though. That's such a critical thing to say.
What I mean is in a lot of cases pretty is synonymous with like feminine looking, if that makes sense. And it never like it's weird because in terms of how I want to present myself, I find that very appealing, but in terms of what I look for in others, it's the opposite.
I mean, like, it seems like to you, masculine means ugly, and masculine to me doesn't really mean ugly. And that, like, that's what it sounds like to me, is that to you, masculine means ugly.
I mean no, there is a threshold below which I won't go because ugly is just ugly, but like the problem with pretty, quote unquote, is it looks so curated, and in general I'm attracted to people who are more functionality focused than image focused. And yes, obviously there's kind of a compartmentalization thing with me because when it comes to myself, I am very curated and I don't particularly aspire to look very functional, quote unquote.
But again, like, I know your tastes, and I can narrow them down to basically the same thing in the opposite direction. Like, you have a particular surface view that you like, and it's usually a big, burly looking dude who's not particularly attractive.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay.
Not overtly attractive at any rate. Like it's more so that I just don't care, and if I have to sacrifice, like if I have to sacrifice functionality for aesthetics, I'd rather get rid of aesthetics when it comes to people I'm romantically interested in.
But you do have an aesthetic.
Ideally, I could, you know, if I could have both, then that's fine too. But I don't need both.
But you do have an aesthetic that you like, though. Your aesthetic is burly dudes who are rough looking. There we go. That is your aesthetic. That has always been your aesthetic. It's been your aesthetic since I've known you, and I've known you for like 7-something years.
But that's not what I mean when I say aesthetic.
Okay.
What I mean when I say aesthetic getting in the way of functionality is like model prettiness, like the very like the very like poise or uh
But aesthetic doesn't necessarily mean lack of functionality. Aesthetic is just the look of something. If you want to
yeah,
boil it down.
but in terms of what people actually like refer to when they refer to aesthetics, like for example in fitness modeling, there is a categorical difference between someone who's focused on
Guys,
aesthetics and someone who's focused on. Never mind. Banana.
it's just sorry. It's just like
Uh,
I feel like you guys could carry this on for like hours.
We probably
we
could,
would.
but
We
yeah,
really
but
could.
yeah,
We really could.
yeah, banana.
Our
I know.
arguments do last for like hours.
And we usually end up realizing that we're not even arguing with each other, which is the funny thing.
Basically, you're over explaining your terms.
I mean, kind of, but we are both very pedantic when it comes to terms, so that's probably why. Anyway, banana.
Hammock.
And your peace.
No.
But a good death only comes after a good life. You and I left a good life behind a long time ago, my friend.
Let's. I'm in for it.
I like. I am. I like the final boss fight. I think it'll be neat. I think it'll be. I think so. My issue. My so. I think the quote unquote final boss fight won't be nearly as interesting as the one we just saw in the trailer.
Then again, they almost never are. Like I remember back even in the first one when it was the I forget what his name was. The not the asshole little kid that did the stupid thing, but the dad of the asshole kid who did the stupid thing.
Yeah.
I remember that fight not being nearly as interesting, but I also remember that kind of being part of the point was sort of the we've been building this up for an hour, so let's have them resolve this in a less like overt way.
Yeah, like the quote unquote final fights are always the fights on the way to get to the final fight are always more interesting than the final fights themselves. Except I'm kind of mixed on the one with the chick Ruby Rose played, where it was like
I know the
Ares.
one you mean.
yeah
She was
Ares.
the adjudicator. That one.
No,
yeah no what she was the
Ares.
bodyguard, wasn't she?
Yeah,
Ares,
bodyguard named Ares.
yeah, she was
And
the
if they had
bodyguard.
if they had took that and made that like Kate Kane's character in the CW, I would have been fucking cool with it.
Yeah. That let's not
So
get into they massacred Batwoman up
I will say this.
again.
I will say this though. You can't really take that character and make it Kate Kane because
Okay,
for what?
well,
That,
what I mean
okay,
is, what I mean is,
hear me out. That character wouldn't work morally, and that character didn't really like have word diarrhea every 5 fucking seconds.
okay, so what I had meant was more so in terms of physical presence,
Okay, that's fair.
fighting style, and just overall attitude, like the kind of cockiness and stuff.
Where she like how she grabbed his ass.
Kind of, yeah. Also, the like, just how like she would work in a middle finger into her sign language at John as well.
Oh yeah, where he fucking killed her at the.
Yeah.
That was a good fight. not like the best fight, but it was a good fight.
I really liked the scene. I really liked the scene in the third one. That I think it was the third one, the one that took place in the Continental.
Yeah.
Where John seemed to die at the end, and then Lawrence Fishburne's Bowery character came in and was like, "Well, that could have gone better. That was a very good fight." And I think that was the last one of that movie.
Let me see.
Right.
Oh, yeah,
We had Namor and Wakanda Forever thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because we brought that up at the beginning of the trailer.
Namor.
I didn't mind the Latinization. It was what they defined it as that bothered me. It's kind of like in Lone Ranger when they said Kimosabi meant wrong brother, and I was just like, and nope.
I guess my issue with the Namor thing is more or less because it's like, why not just make an original character instead of like taking a pre-existing character and totally reinterpreting him to fit the actor,
because
who may not be the actor in the future anyway.
Well, okay, it's not a the actor thing. They decided to make Namor Latin, and then they found an actor or rather Mayan, and they found an actor who fit that. The reasoning was because there are several levels to the reason why Namor is the way Namor is in Wakanda Forever. The first is because, god damn it, Aquaman got to Atlantis first, so we have to pick something other than Atlantis to base our underwater city on.
Yeah.
And the Mayans and Aztecs had an underwater city known as Mu that they had in their mythology, so that works. Two, we want to do for the Hispanic or Mesoamerican market what we did for the black community, quote unquote, in the first one. So that's kind of the reasoning behind why Namor is the way Namor. And honestly, on paper, I don't mind that. Again, the only thing I really take issue with the way they did Namor is the whole boy without love thing being the boy without love being the translation for Namor's name is bullshit. Like, if you had just left that part out, I would be fine. Like, I can deal with Atlantis now being based more on Mu. I can deal with the Mesoamerican or Hispanic thing. I can deal with all the like Mayan trappings, and in fact, the Mayan trappings are kind of interesting. It was just the final touch of, and by the way, his name means the boy without love because colonialism fucked his childhood up, and I was just like, and you lost me.
I haven't seen it, but everything I've gathered from
everything is about identity now. Yay!
Well, everything I've gathered from the trailer is the actor was doing a good job playing the character, at least.
Oh yeah, and to his credit, Namor is still a fucking asshole. He's not as much of a fucking asshole as he was in the comics because Namor is the asshole Aquaman. For anyone that doesn't know, but
to be fair, I recently watched a video discussing Namor, and that calling him an asshole Aquaman is kind of an oversimplification of his character.
I mean, yes, he's a massive asshole, but for as far as the MCU was willing to go, they didn't shortchange Namor's assholeness. Like, it's still a key part of his character that he is an asshole.
This is my thing, right? Even if you want, like, even with the reason you've given, right? Why not just make a new character anyway? Like, you're Marvel, you can do that. You can just spit out a new character instead of just remaking an entire new character.
Because the people who want to see Namor the Submariner are going to be annoyed if we just take everything else about Namor and shunt it off to this new character. But if we add things,
but this isn't Namor though.
But if we add things to Namor's existing character, then this can be a new interpretation of the existing character. If we try to create a new character from scratch, then Namor is going to be missing.
I don't think they care about those people, because if they did, they wouldn't have just made an entirely different version of Namor.
Okay, so Corrupt, I'll be fully honest, because no offense, Don, you're white, so I don't really think you should be defending this.
Children.
That's what I'm sure that's what some idiot who would ever watch this would say.
I mean, sure, but the thing is, I think of the three of us, I'm the one who's most personally attached to Namor, and I wasn't offended by the changes to Namor. Because,
I mean,
like I said, I understood what they were doing, and the thing of it is, I wouldn't want a new character instead of Namor. I'd rather get a slightly differentiated Namor that's still Namor than a new character.
Differentiated version of Namor, is it? Like they basically it's not Atlantis. It's an entirely different. It's an entirely different place, an entirely different lore, an entirely different history. He's a trauma victim of colonialism. So, like, I mean, there's a lot of different things about the character. He's not
Okay, again, I haven't seen it, so my knowledge is pretty limited. But speaking as, God, I hate doing this. But speaking as a Latino, I don't mind it either. Not because I'm being represented, mind you.
Because fuck the whole representation argument in every conceivable hole.
I mean, yeah. I don't even have an issue if people like mind it or not. I'm just saying, like, why not just make an entirely new character?
I don't know.
Because honestly, and again, speaking as the Namor fan in this year's stream, I would find it more insulting for them to just ignore Namor entirely and create a new one from scratch. Because the thing is, I get the changes to some degree, because, like it or not, Aquaman got there first. So you had two options. You could either try to create an entirely new, entirely distinct version of Atlantis, and people were still gonna bitch because it's called Atlantis, or you can cue into the fact that there are thousands of different legends of thousands of different individual, like, underwater cities or continents or whatever the fuck, and you can use them to inform a new version of Atlantis, and we can still have Namor, and we can still have him be the asshole, and we can still have some of that thing. And I don't even necessarily mind the whole, well, we tried to reach out to the black community in the first one, so let's do Hispanics in this next one. Because the thing of it is, I am 90% sure that until I pointed out to people that there was a Mayan equivalent of Atlantis, nobody knew that. So at the very least, this is going to make people do research on, like, the Mayan equivalent of Atlantis and have them go, oh, there are versions of the underwater city / underwater continent trope in various different cultures, and that's cool. And I'm okay with that. So, like, I'd rather Namor at least be there and be twisted than to not be there at all. And I think if they had just made someone else up, I would have been sitting there going, this should be some version of Namor, and he could easily just be called Namor. Why the fuck did you ignore Namor's entire existence?
I like the fact that Dragon Turtle, people are still going to bitch that it's underwater. Yeah, like, honestly, like edgy people, like, people are just gonna be like, oh, this is like Mexico. This is just like Atlantis in Mexico. I mean, that's basically it. People are just like, you can make the same argument. People are just gonna be like, this is like Espanol. You know?
Yeah, but at least they tried something, and at least someone on the writing staff did at least 5 seconds of research on, hey, there's a Mexican equivalent of Atlantis. If we play this right, we can do for the Hispanic community what we did for the black community. And again, while I don't like the identity politics bullshit, playing the ball where it lies, that is not a stupid that is not a stupid thing to try and do.
I mean, like
Uh,
even if you want to say like it's like fictional characters are open to interpretation, then why bother like drawing from any source material ever? Like if we're just going to completely like reinterpret a fictional character, like
Wait,
what I just don't see the point in just not making a new
can
one.
I offer my 2 cents here?
Go ahead, brainstormer. Sorry.
Right. Okay. And just to be clear, I'm not going to be interrupted, am I?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So I'm more coming at this at a writing perspective to what you just said, Corrupt. For one thing, this is an adaptation of a character. It's not, it's not direct, obviously, because events in the MCU are very different from how they are in the comics.
I'm not saying that they all have to be direct interpretations.
No,
I'm not saying they have to be direct.
Right, I get that. But what I am saying is, what I am saying is, take what you can of a character that works, and you can adapt it. But the major issue that I would find is when you change something in a character, it is in service to the character and adds to that character. That is the thing, right?
Yeah, I guess that's why I'm not really upset about this, because go ahead.
So yeah, that's why I don't personally. I have no real issue with this, because I think it's interesting and kind of see. Well, to be fair, I like the aesthetic. To be completely honest, that is kind of what has drawn me here, and why I'm somewhat on the side of the change. But again, my opinion could be shifted when I see the film. So currently, I guess I'm kind of on Dalton's side on this. Like, I think it's fine as long as I stay true to the character. However, with you guys saying that they added he has trauma from colonialism, that is somewhat turning me off.
They're not super overt about it, to be fair. Like it's sort of like with Kahndaq and Black Adam. You could see it as a teehee, they're ribbing colonialism / like imperialism if you want to, but it's not a social justice thing necessarily. Now, granted, I'm sure there was some basis for that, because the writers are the writers and modern Hollywood's gonna modern Hollywood. But compare something like what they did to Namor to something like what they did to Kamala Khan or what they did to She-Hulk, and it's nowhere near. And the thing is, I can vibe what they did with Namor, because I understand the idea of we have factors that we can't really help as to why adapting this character directly is going to be difficult. We'd all love to live in a world where Marvel got to the Submariner before DC got to Aquaman, but we don't live in that world. And I applaud the attempt to at least go, now we can't really get away with doing a version of Atlantis, but wouldn't you go right ahead and know it, there are dozens of different kinds of underwater cities or underwater continents from various different cultures, mythologies that we could pull off of. And given that we, as the writers of Black Panther, seemed to touch a nerve with the Black community in the previous Black Panther, it kind of made some kind of sense to go and take one of the pre-Columbian Mesoamerican cultures and look and see if they have an Atlantis. Wouldn't you go right ahead and know it? They do. And Namor is supposed to be immortal in the comics anyway, so he's been around for 1,000 years in the comics. So why don't we have him be literally the descendant of the Mayans or Aztecs that got bumfucked by Cortez? Again,
I just
while
like the fact that he's literally a wetback. I like the fact that he's literally a wetback. They literally make. He's
oh right, that's
a wet.
slur.
I don't get it.
But because it's a slur for like Mexican people back in the day.
Yeah.
You're racist, Corrupt. You know that?
And
Little bit.
I will once again be fair. Namor has always drawn his powers from being hydrated, so them literally making his weakness being too dried out is consistent with the lore. So
Oh
I
my
don't mind
god!
that.
And he crosses borders illegally. Holy shit! That's amazing.
That one is entirely unintentional and not referenced in the movie whatsoever.
Yeah, so Giant Turtle says, I'm sort of with Corrupt on this. It's like taking Superman and saying that Captain America got there first. So we need to him less of the Boy Scout. At that point, you're just wearing a Superman. Okay, so I will admit you're not entirely wrong there. Look, I'll be honest. I'm gonna retract my statement of saying like I'm with Dawn. I'm on the fence because again I haven't seen the movie yet, so I'm not 100% sure. It's just I'm going off what I've seen in the trailers and stuff, which looked okay. So, you know,
and the answer I will say to that is that would be equivalent to making Namor no longer the regal asshole that he is. That I would take issue with. If you had changed the character's personality or mannerisms, that I would take an issue with. But despite the possibly heavy-handed parts of his backstory, they don't use it as an excuse to make him less of the regal asshole. Like, his people literally worship him as a god. Like, they literally think of him as what is the Mayan equivalent of Quetzalcoatl? Kukulkan. Quetzalcoatl is what the Aztecs call him. Kukulkan is what the Mayans call them.
Oh, I thought you were saying Quetzalcoatl at first.
Yeah, but yeah, the Talokans literally refer to Namor as Kukulkan, as in the feathered serpent god. So, like, he's still very regal. He's still very pompous. He's still the asshole Aquaman, to put it simply. Like, the character is intact, even if they've buggered around with the backstory a bit.
The character is intact and partially because of his personality. Because, like you said, his personality was partial. You could say that his personality was impacted by like colonialism. And that could partially like be responsible for his personality.
I mean, the comics
he's not the same person though.
The comics Namor's assholishness is partially impacted by environmental heavy-handedness. So I'm not shedding tears that we got rid of the environmental heavy-handedness in favor of like the pre-Columbian colonialist bullshit.
And he's gone again.
But that's the thing. Namor has always been a bit of an edgy prat and always been far more focused on like the ocean and the abstract. So trading out one kind of heavy-handed moralism, i.e. environmentalism, for another, that doesn't bother me. And honestly, the sort of pre-Columbian Mayan kind of thing they're doing with Namor now, I like it better actually than the I'm mad because the oceans are getting fucked over for the 500th time and I'm an underwater superhero backstory that they had for Namor. And again, yes, they kind of touched on that to some degree in Aquaman too, and therefore it's sort of again, Aquaman got there first, and it's not like the environmentalism part of Namor's backstory was really helping anything anyway, so sure, he's Mayan now, so it does make sense that he would have a chip on his shoulder about Cortez. I actually can buy that. And again, it's not like he's the great grandson of the people who were oppressed by the Spaniards and Cortez and shit. He literally was alive and watched his mother die during that period. So Namor can have that chip on his shoulder. I'm fine with that. That makes sense. It's not like it was with Wakanda in the first movie where it's like, well, our great ancestors may have hypothetically been oppressed by these people and therefore we're mad. It's literally, I was a child when this happened. I watched it happen. You guys are assholes. Some Spanish missionary called me a demon because of my ears being pointed, so you can fuck off. Like, that makes more sense. It's a personal wound rather than a, well, in the hypothetical I was oppressed, so grr. Anyway, next
I was actually going to say we call it, but Ronnie Phillips.
yeah, okay, we can call it too.
Corrupt wasn't here.
Yeah, let's call it for today.
Okay, but yeah. So with that, folks, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, abilazai, sayonara, peace, cheers, and
Fuck off.